Atlantic, not going to be close to any landmass. So Florida, U.S., we're good.
So since he's short-lived, we can just call him Chris.
I love that.
Okay.
Or Chrissy.
Sorry,
maybe.
Chris.
Yeah, sorry.
Technically, it is Cristobal, the official
Bye.
pronunciation.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to give you a live look right now where we are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis up in Pensacola any minute now. That news conference we will bring to you live coming up in just a little bit. But we start with breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. And we are tracking the tropics with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner because the National Hurricane Center is now starting advisories for Tropical Storm Cristobal.
That's right. And so this is out in the middle of the Atlantic. This is not the system we're tracking that is approaching the Caribbean. This one is actually approaching the Azores off of Spain. So this is at about the same latitude as Washington, D.C. or New York, but it's out in the middle of the Atlantic. So here it is. You can see that red dot on the top right-hand portion of your screen. We'll zoom in. I mean, this is literally about as in the middle of the Atlantic as you can get. It's forecast to remain a tropical storm for about the next 24 hours before it gets absorbed into a cold front, losing its tropical characteristics and bringing a little bit more rain and some gusty winds to Europe this weekend. The significance of this is more of an intellectual scale in that the next named storm that might impact the Caribbean would be the D storm, or Dolly. It's also the third named tropical system of the season. So as far as those seasonal forecasts go, you can look at how many storms formed versus the forecast to see if it verifies. Obviously now we're at number 3, which is only about a week late if you look at a typical hurricane season when the C storm, in this case Cristobal, forms out August 3rd. Here we are on August the 11th. Winds right now of 45 miles per hour. It will battle wind shear to the north, as illustrated in those jet stream lines streaking across the screen. To the south, we've got some dust, but it's well north of that area. The Azores, they're labeled, some islands located more than 1,000 miles off of Portugal. And this system may bring some gusty showers to that area. So we've had Arthur, Bertha, Cristobal. Next up is Dolly. And we may see Dolly form with a couple of tropical waves right now located in the eastern part of the Atlantic. The red circled one is the most likely one to develop, but this one is facing obstacles that Cristobal to the north did not. And that is going to be a lot of Saharan dust, is illustrated with the brown. That's really thick dust that can sop up the tropical moisture, drawing it out. And also that wall of wind shear, which can tear systems apart. There's yet another system behind that in yellow that also has potential, but it also faces the same obstacles. The first wave has an 80% chance to develop. That may briefly become Dolly, and much like Cristobal, be short-lived. By the time it gets to the Windward Islands like Guadeloupe, Antigua, the Caribbean there, it would likely weaken to just a couple of gusty showers. Now, they need the rain, much-needed rain for a drought-stricken Virgin Islands, for instance, but the jury's out if that will happen. Garrett, I can continue on with the full forecast here. Should we get this out of the way? Talk about the beach, all right? Because a lot of folks are living that Florida lifestyle today. We got a lot of heat and the beach is on. Here's a shot from downtown Orlando. It's already almost 90 degrees. The other big weather story is the heat. We've got a heat advisory in effect right now until 8 p.m. for feels-like temperatures with all that deep tropical humidity approaching 110 degrees this afternoon. Right now it's 90 in Orlando downtown. And it's not even noon yet. It's 11:04, just about on the dot right now. Goodness, this is going to be a hot day. These are the hottest days of the year in August, but this is the heat on a little bit of an enhancement. It's on the weather equivalent of steroids, because it's not only going to be hotter than normal for by a factor of about 3 to 5 degrees, but it's going to be so for about the next 2.5 weeks. This is just a sustained push of heat with no relief in sight, probably not until we get to September. Now, this will be interrupted by a few lucky thunderstorms. Lucky because those will cool us down, but they'll be few and far between. Right now it's 89 at Lake Fairview. The thunderstorm threat today exists mainly east of Orlando along the Atlantic coast, up and down 95. But yeah, the heat advisory encompasses most of the state, the exception being the immediate Gulf Coast along the Big Bend, thanks to the sea sea breeze. Earlier overnight, some big thunderstorms there in North Georgia. You can see them on the loop, rolled through and died out as they hit Macon. But the upper level disturbance responsible for those storms survived, and it is in an invisible capacity traveling south toward Jacksonville. And when it gets there this afternoon, it's going to produce a new cluster of thunderstorms. And so that means we've got about a 20 to 30% chance of rain here in Orlando, especially by the coast as those storms track southward. They're expected to first develop around 3 p.m. in Jacksonville, with a few isolated storms possible as close as Daytona Beach. And then as we push into the evening commute between 5 and 6 p.m., the cluster of storms continues toward Flagler County into Volusia counties. If this happens, this will provide welcome relief from a really stifling afternoon, but it'll come at the cost of lots of lightning and the potential for damaging wind gusts. One or two of these could be severe with gusts over 60 miles per hour. You know, by dinner time, about 8 o'clock, Daytona could be getting hit, and we may see a few of these trying to venture into even northern Orange County. But by and large, most of them will stick to the coastline. We're talking Brevard County from Titusville down through Melbourne. 7-day forecast features unrelenting heat for the next 7 days and beyond. It's not going to be anything that's record breaking. It's just going to be consistently above normal by some 3 to 5 degrees, with overnight lows doing much the same. Lows around 77, highs around 95 to 96. Our highest chance for rain comes tomorrow and Friday, followed by a return to the more isolated thunderstorms for the rest of the week. You know, Garrett, we were joking earlier that with the Powerball up to $1 billion, if you get a downpour, go out and buy a lotto ticket, because that'll be about your chances. So amazing, though, to see how quickly Cristobal came together in the North Atlantic.
Yeah, really. And so it's kind of staying a fish storm.
Yes. The Azores may catch a couple of gusty showers, but the Azores love rain. So a little bit of rain wouldn't be a bad thing. But it looks like this will, by and large, dissipate and be absorbed by a cold front, maybe bringing some gusty showers to Ireland and Scotland this weekend. So if you have any plans to go golfing at St. Andrews, get ready for some wind and rain.
Well, I do not.
Nor do I.
So but it's good to know. And then we'll go back to watching a couple of those other spots as well.
Yes. So tomorrow and Friday we'll be watching that tropical wave in the Caribbean for the potential of either a tropical depression to form, which is likely to happen before this work week is out, and maybe even a quickly spun up tropical storm Dolly.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Want to give you a live look right now in Pensacola, where we are expecting Governor DeSantis to begin speaking any minute now. You still see a bare podium, no sign up there yet. We often, you see the tape there where they will, staffers will put that sign often just a moment before the governor arrives. So we were just given a 2-minute warning about 30 seconds ago or so. And so we expect this news conference to begin here shortly. And of course, we will bring this to you live when it does begin. You can see the American flags and the Florida flags as well. This is inside American Magic at the Port of Pensacola. So American Magic is a high-performance sailing center. And so we don't know exactly what this announcement might be, what we might hear from Governor DeSantis at this news conference, but we expect that to begin any minute now. He is going to be joined by the Florida Secretary of Commerce, Alex Kelly, at this news conference. And so we will hear from the governor and one of his secretaries as well. So again, the Secretary of Commerce. So we'll have to wait and see what comes from that news conference. Now, we also heard just a little bit ago from Attorney General James Uthmeier. He was in Hillsborough County today. We'll hear more from him coming up in just a little bit. He was joining the Hillsborough County Sheriff to talk about a human trafficking crackdown that netted more than 100 arrests. So we'll again have the details on that coming up in just a little bit. It was something they had focused on for the summer for several weeks, and 116 arrests. Let me also give you a live look right now at Byron Donalds, who continues his campaign in the closing days of the Republican primary campaign. Donald's holding a rally right now in Pasco County. He's at Newport Richey right now, where he has been speaking alongside the Pasco County Sheriff. We also know that Florida Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson was there and speaking just a few moments ago. A member of the Florida House, and of course Congressman Byron Donalds, a Republican candidate for governor, who you see right there. Meanwhile, we have been continuing our conversations this week as well with a number of congressional candidates in some races here in Florida. We've been speaking with a couple of the members of the 6th Congressional District. They are running against Randy Fine, and that the seat that he currently holds. So we'll hear from them this week. We also have another candidate coming in a little bit later today for the 7th Congressional District. That race we've been focusing on this week. It's one that's getting a lot of attention. Seat currently held by Corey Mills, facing challenges in his own Republican party. We talked with Ryan Elijah yesterday. We will hear from Bale Dalton, one of the Democratic candidates in that race, coming up a little bit later this afternoon. We're just a couple hours out from that, so we will have that for you coming up in just a little bit as well. So busy day here, and a busy week for many politicians across the state of Florida. Again, just the closing days of that primary campaign, and now waiting for Election Day coming up on Tuesday. So that's we early voting already underway, but well, here is Governor DeSantis. He just walked to the podium and is getting ready to speak right now. You see Investing in Florida, talking about the Job Growth Grant Fund. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
And kind of like, hey, where did that go? But then on the other hand, as parents, it's like, thank God the school year started again. I mean, sometimes around the house a little bit. So we're doing that. We highlighted last week the different things we've done, but you have the back to school sales tax is permanent now. You don't have to worry anything. I know a lot of parents have been getting those school supplies. We've also done a lot to support teacher salary increases, and we had $1.58 billion in our categorical this year, including a couple $100 million, for teachers that have 10 years or more. And then we've done so much on vocational and workforce education. So it's a great time to be in Florida. It's a great time to be a Florida student. And I'm proud to say, if you want to go to college, and not everyone needs to go to 4-year college. We do a lot of vocational. There's a lot of things you can do other than that. But if you do want to go, not only is our state university system ranked #1 amongst public university systems in America, you have the same exact tuition for in-state today than the day I took office. Is there anything else in this world that is the same price today as it was 7.5 years ago? I don't think so. A lot of stuff has gone up, and especially higher education. So we're proud of that. We hope everybody enjoys. We have some great guests with us here today. Our Commerce Secretary, Alex Kelly, Mayor Reeves from Pensacola, Director Scott from here, the Port of Pensacola. We also have Chip Simmons, our sheriff, and is doing a great job. Members of the Escambia County Board of County Commissioners, Pensacola City Council, and then we also have some of the leadership for Birdan, the company leadership, who's going to be involved, I think, with the improvements that we're about to announce on the port. Before I get into that, I just want to make a comment or two about, I'm watching, kind of some of this stuff that's going on around the country, and you have the rise of some of these candidates who are basically communists. They want to eliminate the U.S. Senate, eliminate the Electoral College, do all these things, pack the U.S. Supreme Court. They want to cancel Thanksgiving. They want to do all these things. And there was a candidate in Wisconsin. She wrote she had to leave Culver's because there was too much proximity to whiteness because there were white people in the thing. And so, this is a really, really, I think, sick mind virus that's taken a part of our politics. And I think it's very, very dangerous. Now, what you saw this weekend, one of the big lefties was asked about it, and she's like, oh, well, people making the statements about abolishing prisons and abolishing the police, oh, that was just woke one. It was crazy. Like, really? Like, you just going to say that it was just a mulligan or something like that? Like, people were actually attacking law enforcement. They wanted to defund police. You did have candidates, and you still have candidates, who talk about abolishing prisons. Some of these DSA people, if you ask them, what do you do with no prisons? They start talking about social workers and stuff like that. You could ask the sheriff. I mean, if someone breaks into your house, sending a social worker is not going to help you. You need law enforcement. So this is there, but it was, that's just in the past. It's in the past. First of all, you got swept up in that frenzy, not me. Not Florida. We were the first state to fight back, and we fought back very quickly. But you got swept up in that frenzy. You don't just get to say, "Oh, that was yesterday. Oh, let's just move on." If you're embracing things like abolishing law enforcement and abolishing prisons, the reason why Florida, they just put out another report that ranked us the safest state in America, and we have a 50-year low in the crime rate. And I can tell you, we would not have a 50-year low in the crime rate if we had to release the people from prison. The reason why we do is because when you run afoul, you pay the price. And we make sure you're there where you got to serve your sentence. And that's been very good for public safety, and it's made a difference in people's lives. But this is something that's really, really dangerous. And if you think back to those 2020, 21, 22, 23, when Florida was at the vanguard of turning the tide on that, you would have things like some kid would get accepted to college, and these wokesters would look at their social media history and find some offending statement when they were 14, then send it to the admission, and they'd get their admissions revoked over that. You would have corporate America. I mean, if you didn't toe that line, your chance of getting a position was zero. And that was kind of the intent of what they were trying to do. So there was a lot of people that got hurt by that. There was a lot of people that got marginalized by that ideology. In Florida, we said when it wasn't popular that the woke is going to go to die here. It ain't gonna go. And we were the first state to eliminate ESG in our pension system. These companies that wanted to impose this through the market. We also were the first to eliminate DEI from our K-12 and public university, as well as CRT. But the idea that you're just going to walk away from that is not acceptable. And the same thing with the news of Fauci. People are saying who has been talking about Fauci's problems from the very beginning? We have been doing that. and we've never gotten the accountability that we deserved, for what they were doing. Now everyone piles on. I mean, except if you're in like legacy media and kind of those people, they still love him. But like most everyone else realizes, he was a charlatan. He was very much interested in his own fame. He loved the fact that Barbara Streisand would call him and all this other stuff. Let me tell you, if you're in a position of authority and you care what celebrities think and you're kowtowing to them, you ain't going to be a good leader. That's just the reality. So that's really what he cared about. And you see some of the correspondence where he's saying privately, hey, the mRNA COVID vax may cause miscarriages in pregnant women. Then publicly they're saying, no problem, no, totally safe, all this. And it's just like, well, wait a minute. And then he says privately, lab leak. And then publicly, it came from a wet market. And then he attacked Florida for having schools open. He attacked us for having beaches open. He attacked us for all these different things. And there's never been full accountability on that. But that was a huge wrong turn for this country. And we really were the vanguard of saying no and fighting back. And at the time, Fauci's edicts were treated as gospel by the media, by all these people. I mean, running afoul. They would run all kinds of hits on me. Oh, he's rejecting science, rejecting this, rejecting that. And that's Fauci said he is the science, right? That's not how science works. It's not how evidence works. And so we were following the evidence and following the data, but also understanding people had a right to make decisions on this. People had a right to own their businesses and operate them. People had a right to earn a living. People had a right to go to work. Kids had a right to go to school. Parents felt differently. They wanted to do virtual. Fine. We gave them that option. But who is he to take away your individual autonomy or your individual agency, based on these half-baked edicts? So all this stuff is now bubbling back to the surface, but it should remind us that we've been the refuge of sanity against all that nonsense for years. And part of the reason Florida's done well and our economy was ranked 1 for many years in a row, and we've done all these great things, reduced taxes, we've even reduced spending. So our state budget has gone down 4 straight years. Is there another state that can say that? Can the federal government? No, let's not even talk about that. So we've reduced our budget 4 straight years. We've paid down, just since I've been governor, all of Florida's debt for its history. We've paid down 52% of it. So we have the lowest per capita debt in the country. And we've also done big things, though. We've done big on education, big on infrastructure. I was just down yesterday. We have this test track in Polk County called Sun Tracks. And they built it probably about 10 years ago, and a lot of it was to study traffic patterns, traffic solutions, because when you get into this, if a certain thing, maybe you do like a diamond interchange, maybe you do this, there is a science to it. Some work better than others depending on the circumstance. So they kind of started doing that. Then we got in, when I became governor, we started having them test autonomous vehicles, which at the time was, maybe this could be something. It's come a long way for that. And so that's all being done. We were in my son just started 3rd grade, so he was in a Tesla robo-taxi. So you basically get in, and they go around this track, and they had Waymo there too, and I think they have some other companies that do testing. But you go, and you don't have to drive, you just go, and some kid walks in the middle of the road, it stops. You go, there's a wreck of police officers telling you to stop, it stops. You go, a car cuts you off, it moves away, it does all this stuff. And so all these different things, it was able to handle that without having any human being operate it. So it was just interesting to see how far the technology has come. And, there's pluses and minuses with all this. I just think, like, as a parent, if this stuff gets foolproof, would I rather have like teenage kids driving, or would I rather have something that is a better proven safety record? I mean, I think a lot of parents would like that. So we were doing that, but we've also invested in something called vertiports. So you now have the ability with advanced air mobility, these aircraft, some of them are like personal aircraft, which should hold like 2 people, some hold a few more. They're all battery powered, and I think eventually they're going to do hybrid because the jet fuel really is helpful. But it just lifts straight off, and then it goes, and then it lifts down. So you could have a vertiport in downtown Pensacola, and it could come and land, and no one would even know it's landing if you were like in a building, because it doesn't really make noise. You know, a helicopter is very, very noisy, and it does all these things, and it's just, this just kind of comes up, goes about 100-mile range right now, goes down, and we have places like, I don't know if you've ever tried to go to Disney World, if you have to spend time on I-4, there's some places around Florida, if you could just go over that and there were taxi service for that, it'd be a big deal. But anyways, we've invested in that. So we're now viewed as the #1 state for not only autonomous vehicles, but also for advanced air mobility. And you're going to see more and more about that. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to love watching the Jetsons. It was a little bit older than I was. I think it was probably 20 years before I was born, but they would still do them. And it's like, how cool would that be? And I don't know if it's going to be exactly like that, but we're close to seeing some things that are pretty interesting. So that was us investing in that, making sure Florida was a place to thrive. But we've put a lot of money on roads, too. Don't get me wrong. I want to do the roads. So we've put probably $8 billion extra and accelerated. We're doing one of the ones, I think, US 98, that was not scheduled to start till next decade. So that's going to be good. That's brutal stretch. I mean, part of it is that Northwest Florida is popular, right? I mean, you go over there, people come. But we're doing that. I-4, all these other places, you're going to have projects that are going to be done 10 or 15 years ahead of the originally scheduled time because we're doing it. So I'm a big believer in doing that as well. But we've done more on infrastructure than has ever been done in Florida history, more on education that's ever been done, and more on natural resources. And our Everglades restoration in South Florida is the largest restoration in the history of the United States of America. And we've got it ahead of schedule, and we're going to be finished with our stuff very, very soon. And then the feds, I've been working with the president and the Trump administration on delegating us more authority to do all these different things. So they'll send us money. Our guys do it because, Florida works a little quicker than the federal government, just the way it is. So you're going to see that. The springs we've done, restoration of springs, beach renourishment, all this stuff. So it's been great. So it just shows you we're reducing the budget, but yet still doing really, really big things. It should cause people to say, how come all these other governments are always increasing spending but not producing better results? Where is that money going? And the truth is, government becomes an interest group in and of itself. And so what we do is say, what's benefiting the public, and let's cut out as much as we can other than that. And we've also done, we've done a lot of doging of the local governments. Blaise Ngolio will go around doing it, showing some of the bloat that's happened, particularly over the last 6 or 7 years. And I think he's done a good job. But we've also done that to state agencies. So we just finished a doging of our state university system and the curriculum and the syllabus and some of that. So we're going to produce a report that's going to show what courses are rigorous, what courses are more ideological activism. And fortunately for Florida, I'll give a little preview, overwhelmingly, ours are normal, rigorous courses, which is good. But you do have some here, and they all tend to go in some of the same little wickets. So there's going to be opportunities for reform and all this. So we've done a lot to do that, and we'll continue to do it. So all that being said, we've got a lot of momentum. We're doing a lot of really good things. But one of the things that I've been supportive of from the beginning is making sure that we had two things. And there was a program that I had inherited called the Job Growth Grant Fund that allowed you to support key investments in workforce training, workforce education, and infrastructure. And so when you have both of those things, you're going to be able to track more investment and more businesses and create more jobs. There's no question about it. So we've done a lot on workforce education. We've done things on commercial driver's license. I think we've had a massive expansion of CDLs in the last 6 or 7 years. We've also promoted the trades in high schools. We've promoted vocational education at our state colleges. And honestly, even the universities should have some hands-on stuff as well. So that's been very, very successful. When I became governor, we said we're going to be #1 in workforce education by 2030. So this is 2019. And it didn't quite work out that way. because we got number one in 2025. And so we are number one in workforce education. And I'm proud of that. And look, I went to, Brick and Ivy University, advanced degree, all this stuff. And I'm not saying that's bad. And I mean, in some respects.
Governor DeSantis continuing to speak right now in Pensacola. We'll get you right back to this news conference in just a minute. I do want to go ahead and let you know we are tracking the partial, what is going to be a total solar eclipse, a partial eclipse beginning around in Maine around 12:54. That's where our Fox weather camera is, showing you the shot of the moon, or excuse me, of the sun right now, obviously with a filter on it. That's why it looks dark around there right now. So we'll be tracking that. We'll keep that live shot up for you throughout the day here on Fox 35 News Plus. Also want to let you know we are getting ready to monitor this news conference in Eatonville, where family members of a woman who was involved in a crash with an Orlando police officer now filing a lawsuit over that situation. We'll have that news conference for you coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we'll get you right back to the governor speaking live in Pensacola.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back live to Pensacola. Governor DeSantis speaking right now and about to announce $9 million for the Port of Pensacola for some boat building facilities there. But he's been talking a lot about the economy, a number of other issues as well facing Florida. So let's go ahead and listen back in as the governor speaks right now.
How pretty, what a great community. You guys got a great downtown. You got a great ballpark there. So there's a lot going on. But the prospects of having more industrial capacity here, I think, is good for the economic base, it's good for the tax base, and it's good for jobs for people in these communities. And I think when you have military-adjacent communities, the businesses come, man, they have a lot of great people getting out of the military that they're going to be able to put to work and that are, you know they're going to do a good job. And so we had the application here to enhance the ability to do boat building at the Port of Pensacola. And it really wasn't a very difficult decision to say this is something that's good. And so I'm proud to say today we will be awarding $9 million to the city of Pensacola to support the construction of 2 boat building facilities here at the port, including site development, utilities, and facility construction. We have a proud history of shipbuilding. I think as many people know, in Florida, we are the top maritime state in the United States of America, and of course a major hub for the U.S. Navy. We have 21 overall military installations. We have 16 deep water seaports, and that's about almost $20 billion in gross domestic product, and over 1 million jobs, either direct or indirect. And of course, we have massive amounts of coastline, and the coastline here is as good in this part of the state as anywhere in the United States. So we are ranked #1 for workforce development, as I said. We also have the strongest maritime industrial base jobs, ship and boat building establishments, and we're proud of that, but we're not going to rest on our laurels. So, and then just there's certain things that we're doing, military, industrial, commercial, but we are by far the #1 for recreational boating and recreational boat crafts and yachts and all these other things. I mean, we did a trade mission. We were in Europe, and we were in Italy. And I go to this port, Via Reggio. It was, they build all this stuff. And I go out there, and these guys are treating me like, oh, Florida. Because, we're their top market, no question, we sell this. And look, some of these are, not exactly fishing boats, right? I mean, these are some pretty big boys, but you've got people in Florida that do that. So from the smallest boat to the biggest yacht, we are the best by far in all of that. But that's been a huge part of our economy. I mean, I remember during COVID, people start coming down here, and, look, I never told anyone to come down here. I mean, people tell me oh, we have too many people come in. It's a free country. You can go where you want. If you want to move to Mendami's, New York City, you can do that. No one's stopping you. If you want to flee there and go somewhere else, you can do that. So people are coming, and some of these folks, it's kind of like, when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. Well, they didn't know anything about fishing and boating, but they're like, you know what? This is what Floridians do. So they start buying boats, and they're going out fishing and doing that. Now, some parts of the state, I don't know that they knew how to operate these boats as well. It was a little dicey, particularly in South Florida and some of those areas. I think we tried to get through that, but there was a huge boom in aircraft in boat sales. There was also aircraft too, because people were buying those, but in boats. And the maritime industry did so well and continues to do so well as a result. So it runs the gamut from all these different things. But these two facilities here, I'm really optimistic about. It's going to be 400,000 square feet of manufacturing space right here at the port. It's going to expand our manufacturing capacity by adding the ability to produce complex Navy ship modules for submarines and surface ships up to 400 feet long. This is going to create approximately 2,000 manufacturing and related jobs in the shipbuilding and maritime manufacturing industry. This expansion will support the growing national need to create additional capacity in the maritime industrial base. And so we were proud back in 2023 to award $3.9 million through the Job Growth Grant Fund to the City of Pensacola for improvements at the port. And this is taking it to another level. Those improvements that we've already funded establish the port as a high-performance maritime center of excellence. It helps secure the City of Pensacola for America Magic's High Performance Center, which opened earlier this year in January. So there's a lot of great stuff going on. But just that investment, there was other folks involved with that. It wasn't just us, but we helped get it across the finish line. Today's investment and the $76 million grant from Triumph Gulf Coast, which I think most of you know, we're not only bolstering our maritime industry, but supporting national security and ensuring the United States remains a force in maritime dominance on the world stage. And as a former naval officer, that means a lot to me. So congratulations on this. We'll snap a quick pic with the check, and then we'll have Alex and the mayor come up and give a few things. So you guys want to come up and hold this, Alex?
While they take a picture there, we're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll get you back to the governor in just a couple of minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to Pensacola. This is Florida Secretary of Commerce Alex Kelly, who is speaking live right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
You think about the kind of manufacturing capacity and the specific type of manufacturing capacity that's going to be added here. It's the kind of manufacturing capacity that supports other shipyards. So the investment here by the leadership here locally, Pensacola, Escambia County, throughout the region, is also the kind of catalytic investment that when I think about working with partners like Eastern Shipbuilding over in Bay and Gulf counties, when I think about working with partners like BAE Systems in Finn County area, in Jacksonville, Tampa Ship in Tampa, all of those kind of partners here, even thinking about like Patty Shipyard right here in Pensacola, all of those kind of partners are going to benefit by that sort of, rising tide lifts all boats capacity building that's going to happen here. But again, just thank all of you for your work. And Governor, again, thank you so much for your support and leadership in this regard.
Okay, Mayor.
Thank you. Governor, your comments about kids getting back to school resonate with me. My soon-to-be seventh grader is sitting in the back. We've called this Mayor Camp. It's the last week. So you've really stepped up Mayor Camp impromptu. I want to be very, very appreciative of your visit here today. Certainly, there's moments in city's history that define trajectory for not just years, but for generations. And I think it's safe to say that this is one of those days. Governor, I know our friends over in St. Augustine, our younger brothers, like to claim the title of oldest city, but Florida's histories began with ships coming into this bay in 1559, and we've had an active deepwater port since 1721. And maritime activity isn't just part of our history, it truly is our DNA here in the city of Pensacola. Governor, thank you for your believing in Pensacola's maritime future, your commitment to infrastructure, high-wage job creation, and Florida's working waterfronts is a direct evidence of why our state's economy is thriving. This $9 million Job Growth Grant Fund award is a massive vote of confidence in Pensacola, so thank you so much. Secretary Kelly, thank you for making today happen. Your partnership in support of our city is certainly something I'll never forget. And as you heard me say, between yourself and Senator Broxson, I genuinely, personally can't think of two people that have been more impactful to this administration and to the success of the ground we stand on right now than the two of you these last 3 years. So thank you so much for that. I also want to recognize our instrumental partners at Triumph. I know Rick is here and perhaps some board members, and the U.S. Department of Commerce. Your shared vision and investment in our regional infrastructure have laid the foundation for the transformation that we're witnessing on port today. To Tyson and American Magic, the entire Bird On team, again, I know you guys are all here. Thank you for believing in Pensacola. Thank you for making Pensacola, Florida, America's home for maritime innovation. The work you're doing here and the high-skilled jobs that you are bringing to our community will serve as the true catalyst for a new economic age in our city. Between cutting-edge innovation and advanced maritime manufacturing, our world-class partnership with SailGP, and now Bird On establishing its footprint here, it's no surprise that our waterfront will drive our economy and prosperity for generations to come. At full strength, this $275 million initiative will create 2,000 high-paying jobs for our residents, making Bird On the largest employer within our city and driving the single largest job creation project in Pensacola's history. We all know that affordability is a crisis facing families everywhere right now. Bringing these quality, high-wage manufacturing and engineering jobs directly to our residents provides that real, lasting opportunity. It gives more Pensacolians the ability to put food on the table, to build a real career, and to thrive right here at home. Our challenge now, Secretary Kelly mentioned, working alongside Secretary Kelly and Florida Commerce, is to execute. We got to execute a robust workforce development strategy. We must ensure that maritime employers get the world-class talent that they need, and just as importantly, that every single Pensacolian has the training, skills, and access to take full advantage of this opportunity. To build that workforce, we won't delay. Secretary Kelly mentioned August 26th, right here in Pensacola, we'll gather the most accomplished collection of workforce builders, educators, advocates, and community leaders this region has seen in a long time at one sitting. Together, we'll map out an aggressive pipeline to train our people and to fill these careers. None of this happens by accident, as we all know. It takes a relentless team behind the scenes, and I want to extend my deep gratitude to our incredible port team, Lance Scott, Shep Coggin, Kevin Boyer, and our Deputy City Administrator, Amy Miller. Lance, I want to say you are the true fire starter for this project from day one, and we would not be standing here today without your leadership. I also want to thank Joelle Holland in our grants office, Anna Kate Bajent, Steve Bayham in our economic development office for their tireless work driving this deal forward, and City Attorney Adam Cobb for guiding us through every legal nuance to protect this city and seal this partnership. Our 3 centuries as an active port city, we have seen ebbs and flows. We've seen booming years of prosperity. We've lived through some tough times and economic downturns. And through every high and low since 1721, our waterfront has continued to define us and define this city. This project doesn't build on our identity, just our identity on the water, it reinforces who we are as a proud military town. In a historic year when NAS Pensacola celebrates its 200th birthday, this partnership adds a powerful new chapter to Pensacola's deep investment in training, equipping, and preparing our heroes to defend this nation. Governor DeSantis, your support marks a brand new chapter for the Port of Pensacola. We are moving forward into a clear era of growth. We will make it our mission to ensure that Pensacola's success serves as proof for your early investment here as a turning point, and one that will leave a lasting legacy leading our entire state forward. Today, with the vision of Bird On, American Magic, and all of our partners, we aren't just honoring our history, we're expanding it. We are building world-class vessels right here on Pensacola Bay, creating generational careers for our families, and securing our position as a leader in the global maritime industry. Special day here in Pensacola. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Governor.
All right. Well, I'm excited. I think everyone here should be excited. This is going to be continue the momentum. It'll be really, really good. So we did a lot on America 250. We're actually still doing it for the rest of the year because it's still America 250. But leading in the 4th, we did a lot. And one of the things that we did was we commissioned statues for founding fathers in counties that bared their name. So we put Madison in Madison County, Hamilton in Hamilton, all this other stuff. And, you know, this kind of grows out of the whole woke thing. Like so many of those places were taking those down. I'm getting them at a discount on the open market. And I can get James Madison for half price. Yeah, so we did that, and we got a great George Washington in the state capitol. We've got all this good stuff. But we also have done just other great Americans who've had a connection to Florida in one way or another, and one of the guys that we were asked to do, and so we did, was Andrew Jackson, who obviously had experience here, but they told me that Pensacola already has an Andrew Jackson, and so we do have Old Hickory, but I think we're gonna do it in Jackson County, so that'll be there. We've done. We did Monroe down in the Keys. We did Jefferson in Jefferson County. We did Franklin in Franklin County, which was great. Washington and Washington. We did Washington in the capital and in Washington County. We did Hamilton, Madison, and then we did other founding fathers or other great Americans who've kind of exemplified. So we did Frederick Douglass in St. Augustine. He gave a big speech in 1889 there. All these people come to see him and everything. So we did that. We did not even American, but we did a Ponce de Leon statue because that was a big part of
Governor DeSantis continuing to speak live right now in Pensacola. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, giving you a live look right now. This is in Hopkins, Minnesota, where there's an active police scene at a home-based daycare there. Not a whole lot of details. It is a very active scene right now. We are awaiting a briefing from police. This live picture coming to us courtesy Fox 9, Minneapolis, St. Paul. And we will get you more updates as we get information. Again, we are also waiting for that briefing. We will try to bring that to you live right here on Fox Local. Meanwhile, let me get you to Eatonville right now, where we are hearing from Ben Crump, joined by family members of Millie Ortiz, who was a 92-year-old woman who was killed in a crash involving an Orlando police cruiser. There have been questions about whether lights and sirens were on, whether they were operating correctly. And today, Ben Crump, the renowned civil rights attorney, filing a $92 million lawsuit against Orlando Police Department, the manufacturer of the emergency lights of that cruiser, and the company that's responsible for maintaining OPD's cruiser fleet. Let's go ahead and listen in live as Ben Crump speaks right now, joined by family members of Millie Ortiz.
Orlando Police Department pursuit reportedly initiated over unreadable license plate. And just like the alleged illegal U-turn, these were discretionary actions that were taken by these officers. In fact, policy dictated that you don't enter a high-speed chase for a, let me make sure I get it right, for a non-felony alleged criminal activity. That fleeing vehicle struck Mr. Neal, killing him. Alvarez Neal Ortiz, 3 innocent Orlando citizens who were not suspected of the conduct that precipitated police actions. None of them were committing any criminal acts. None of them were any threat. They were just 3 innocent people who were killed because Orlando police officers violated policies. By January 2026, the city had received repeated warnings concerning the potentially fatal consequences that dangerous police vehicle operations could impose upon innocent motorists, passengers, and pedestrians and regular citizens living in Orlando. In Millie's case, those broader warnings were accompanied by something even more specific: a documented history of problems with the emergency warning equipment on the very patrol vehicle involved that claimed Millie's life. And therefore, we are filing this wrongful death action with all of the precedent, jurisdiction, venue, and conditions to bring forth this wrongful death lawsuit, and announcing that this is an action for damages exceeding $92 million, exclusive of interest, costs, and attorney fees. Well, I will say this. Obviously, this day, this what would have been the 93rd birthday of this angel, Millie Ortiz, is emotional for many reasons. Her family are going to try to express to you what this day is for them, as we try to make sure that there's justice for Millie Ortiz, and also that her legacy is never forgotten here in Orlando. We invite the elected officials to join the family in making sure that her legacy is never forgotten. The family continues to push forward with some meaningful policy by the Orlando elected officials to have Millie's Law, so we can try to prevent this from ever happening again to innocent citizens living in Orlando, Florida. At this time, you're going to hear from 3 of her granddaughters and 1 of her grandsons. The first to talk to you about this day and how they're feeling would be her granddaughter, Melissa.
Hi, my name is Melissa Diaz. I am Millie's granddaughter. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what last year this day looked like. Totally different than today. Last year, today, we were doing our final preparations for her huge birthday party. We had so many family come in from all over. That's what she loved, to spend time with her family and make amazing memories and just be close with all of us. Yesterday, that day was just full of joy. We were celebrating, dancing, just loving on each other like we always did. And today it just looks way different. It feels way different because we don't have her with us anymore because of an irresponsible action. And we just want you guys to know how much we miss her, how much she meant to us. And we are going to keep celebrating her. And we thank you guys for being there with us along this road, this hard road that we're going down. Grandma, we love you. We are going to do everything possible to keep your legacy alive, like we all would call you our matriarch. She was our matriarch. She was our life. She was everything to every single one of us and all of our family. And Grandma, we miss you, and happy heavenly birthday, Grandma. Love you.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Next, we will hear from her granddaughter, Ashley.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Rodriguez. I am one of Millie's granddaughters. How does today differ from last year? I can't pick up the phone and call my grandmother to wish her a happy birthday like we do every year. I remember last year receiving a phone call in the middle of the summer, and my grandmother was just excited to let us know that she was going to plan her 92nd birthday.
93rd.
No, 92nd. It's okay, Mom. She was just excited. She told us that she was going to take care of all the preparations. She knew exactly what she wanted. She wanted all of her family together. She had rented this beautiful Airbnb. I want to say it was maybe about 100 of us between her immediate family and her bingo family. And it was pure bliss. If I knew then that was going to be my last birthday with her, I would have told you, you have a better chance of winning the lottery, because I thought my grandmother was going to be here forever. I never thought that we would be celebrating her birthday in front of cameras, asking for justice because an officer ran a red light and caused her death. And thank you guys. It's very emotional for me. We just want justice for our grandmother.
Justice for Millie.
We want justice for her because this is not easy for us. But we're going to keep fighting, Grandma. It will keep your name alive. We'll keep your legacy alive. And I miss you. We miss you. Happy birthday.
Justice for Millie.
Justice for Millie.
Thank you so much, Ashley. And next we will hear from her granddaughter, Denisha.
Hi, I'm Denisha Cisco, one of Millie's granddaughters. I think about her today, But I also think about her 90th birthday party. It was a Great Gatsby theme. We had over 100 people. It was a beautiful day. Today is different for a couple of reasons. One, because I can't call my grandmother. It's also my son's birthday. And for the last 23 years, we've celebrated them both together. We want justice for our grandmother. We miss her. We love her. Happy birthday, Grandma.
Justice for Millie.
Justice for Millie.
And then the final grandchild you will hear from of Millie Ortiz is her grandson, Tony.
My name is Tony Carroll. I'm one of Millie's grandsons. You know, today is it's a very hard day for all of us. And, you know, my grandma always believed in me. She never turned her back on me. I'm a person who is in recovery and went through very hard trials in life. And my grandma never gave up on me. She was always there. Always. I believe that I am standing here today because of my grandmother's prayers. Her 90th birthday party was so great because that was my first year clean. And I had made a promise to her that I was going to be there. I was there. She never, ever gave up on nobody. Never. Happy birthday, Grandma. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Justice for Millie.
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 And I think it's only appropriate that you hear from her two daughters, Julie and Evelyn, just to talk about their mother.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming. My name is Judy Santiago. I'm Millie's youngest daughter. Like my daughters, my niece and my nephew said, today is very, very difficult. Because we don't have her here with us. I couldn't call her this morning to say, good morning, Mom. How was your night? You made it another year, Mom. Because that's what I used to tell her. You made it another year. But sadly to say, this year she did it. And not because she was sick, not because she just went to bed and died of natural causes, no. She's not here because she was taken from us. Mr. McEwen, he robbed her from us. And
Okay.
I'm trying to heal and I still can't heal. As much as I want to, it hurts too much. My heart is broken. And I know all of our hearts are broken. And it's sad that we have to be here in front of cameras for everyone to know this should have been something that should have been private. But yet, we chose to share with everyone, so like that, no other family like we've had expressed in the past, and we continue to express, not just my mom's, all those other innocent lives that were taken, and their families have been shattered and broken just as ours has been. And for those, to prevent it from happening to other future families. No one should have to come up here and say they lost a loved one because of the negligence, recklessness, carelessness of a police officer, when they are here to protect us. They're not above us. And I just want to thank you all. We will continue fighting for my mom, for their grandmother. And I want to mention also my brother Tony, her son. He's in Ohio. He couldn't make it. He wanted to be here. But because of health conditions, he could not make it today neither.
Yes.
But my brother Tony is also brokenhearted, and he's fighting for my mom, for his mother as well, as we all are. And once again, I want to thank you all. And thank you for keeping her story alive.
Amen.
Thank you.
Justice for Millie.
Justice for Millie.
And the final family member you'll hear from is her daughter, Evelyn.
Yes, I'm Evelyn, as my mom's oldest child. And as my sister spoke, she spoke everything I wanted to say as well, and I feel the same. I lived with my mom for the last 12 years, and it's hard for all of us, but being at home for me is extremely difficult. I try to go through every day, and like she said, it's so hard to heal. I try and I pray very hard to get peace in my heart, which I do have peace, but the loneliness, the sadness, not having her there with me, hearing her every move, we did everything together. I can't even go out to a supermarket without thinking about her. And the sad thing is that every time I'm out and if I hear a siren or an ambulance go by, it just triggers something that I'm really, really fighting with to get over. But the main thing is my mom was loved very dearly from many, many, many people. And I just want, like we all want, justice to be made, and we don't want this to happen to anyone else. We hope that the police force will look into these matters and take different procedures or steps to train the police force on how being more careful, especially going in through an intersection. Whether you have sirens or not, you need to be vigilant. Because if this officer would have been vigilant or just looking, this wouldn't have happened, because even the witness that was standing next to him in the car said he had time to stop, which tells me he was not vigilant, was not looking at the time. I don't know. But this could have been avoided. This was so unnecessary, and it hurt so much. And like we said, she was 92, but I always say she was not your normal 92-year-old person. She was so full of life. You had to have known her to understand what we are talking about. And I pray this doesn't happen again to anyone. And again, thank you all for being here and for all those who do support us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Justice for Millie.
Justice for Millie.
I'm reminded last time we had a press conference, they said your mother was a real live golden girl. Mm-hmm. So we remember her this day and all days. Before we sing happy birthday, we'll take some of your questions if you have them.
Mr. Trump, what about this? I think you mentioned possible federal court. I didn't know if it's following the 19th. What was that? Turning back to
Well, certainly we have to get more discovery to be able to make a federal claim. Obviously, in the Neal case, it's a pursuit case, so we can show the violations of the constitutional protections of citizens against unlawful searches and seizures in relation to the Fourth Amendment and excessive use of force, excessive speed. So we have to do our discovery to find out if we can file federal claims in this matter.
And you mentioned you're still trying to figure out who is responsible for the actual maintenance. Is that
Yes, Attorney Tony Romanucci and Attorney Sue Ann Robinson, we had filed the lawsuit to make sure we can get discovery, to get on the record who was responsible for the maintenance, as well as who were the manufacturers. And so the lawsuit gives us the entree in to get specific information so we can amend and add parties.
A simple question. Should this vehicle have been in service that day?
You know, obviously, looking at the family, absolutely not, because you believe in your heart of hearts that Millie would be here celebrating her 93rd birthday, 94th birthday next year, 95th the year after that, because she seemed to have no health issues and she was full of life. But for this police cruiser colliding with the vehicle she was in, she would still be living.
Attorney Ben Crump speaking live right now in Eatonville, joined by family members of Millie Ortiz, marking what would have been her birthday, instead filing a wrongful death lawsuit against the Orlando Police Department and others. Following that crash, that deadly crash back in January that killed 92-year-old Millie Ortiz. So the $92 million lawsuit, symbolic amount, $1 million for each year of Ortiz's life. They're suing Orlando Police Department, the manufacturer of the cruiser's emergency light bar, and the company that was responsible for maintaining the police department's fleet of cruisers. Let me go ahead and give you a live look right now in Hopkins, Minnesota. We are getting ready for an update in about 15 minutes or so on this situation here. And there's not a whole lot of confirmed information right now, so we want to be careful about what we say, but we know there is an active police scene, or has been, at Brown Bear Daycare in the city of Hopkins, Minnesota. A news conference scheduled for 12:30 Eastern. That's 11:30 Central. Minnesota in the Central Time Zone there. So we're waiting for an update. Fox 9 up in Minneapolis, St. Paul, reporting that an officer blocking that scene told a reporter at the scene that that area was very volatile, that police had been working as well to try to reunify families with their children who have been at that daycare. So we have been continuing to monitor that. Again, we are anticipating and expecting an update any minute now. In fact, it looks like on this camera here, we may be getting an update right now. I'm going to go ahead and listen in for a minute.
I am Police Chief Brent Johnson with the Hopkins Police Department. We're here this morning due to a tragic incident occurring on the 200 block of Tyler Avenue North in Hopkins. Hopkins Police and multiple agencies responded to a domestic situation at an in-home daycare. Upon arrival, officers located a deceased male, female, and juvenile victim. There were other children present within the daycare, and we were able to get them out of the daycare and reunify them with their parents. At this time, there's no outstanding threats in the community. This is an isolated incident, and we are continuing to investigate it throughout the day and probably evening. I can provide you more information as we gather the information throughout the day.
Is this family?
All the victims appear to be a part of one family.
How many kids were inside the home when it happened?
There were 7 children within the daycare. One is deceased.
Can you give an approximate age of that child?
I honestly do not know.
Were there any other injuries besides the 3 that are deceased?
There were no other injuries to any other children inside the daycare.
Chief, is this a house that has been known to y'all? Is there any history with this couple that you know of?
At this point, I do not have that information.
Chief, what time did this happen?
This happened just after 9 this morning.
Was the person who perpetrated the attack one of the deceased, or do we know where they are?
We believe the perpetrator is deceased.
Is the perpetrator the male or the female?
We believe it's the male.
What's the relationship of the adults who were deceased to the daycare, if any, or to them?
It's believed to be the daycare owners.
Do they live there?
We believe so, yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
Are they, what's their relationship, husband, wife?
I honestly do not know the marital status of them, or if they're partners. I don't know at this point.
But the child that was killed is their child?
Believed to be their child, yes.
Can you just talk about the gravity of this situation, dealing with something like this, and then also having other people's children in the home at this time that this happened?
Well, this is a horrific, tragic situation for any community, especially here in Hopkins, where we don't see this type of crime. It's a rarity here in Hopkins. We're a very safe community, and the impact is felt not only here but elsewhere for every parent who has a child in a daycare setting or anywhere where they don't have immediate control over their child. So yes, it's heartbreaking.
Chief, I'm sorry if I missed this. Was this a stabbing? What was the weapon involved here?
At this time, we are still trying to determine the weapons involved, and we'll release that at a later date.
Anything about the nature of the injuries?
No, at this point, I can't tell you.
How were police notified about this, and what sort of response did you guys have right away?
Our response was due to a parent of one of the daycare children who had arrived to drop off their children.
Did they witness it?
I believe so.
What are the ages of the range of the children there and the deceased?
They were all very, very young children, so I don't have their ages at this point.
Under 5?
It was somewhere around that age or less.
Do we know if there was any no contact, domestic restraining order, anything like that involved in this couple?
Again, we're trying to dive into the background here, but initially our goal was to get here to protect the scene as quick as possible with multiple agencies. That's why I had a very large response. And at that point, the goal is just to preserve the scene and make sure that everyone was safe. Render aid as quick as possible.
Sorry, are the kids all back with their parents now?
Yes, all the children have been reunified with their parents, and that's why this took so long to come out here and tell me this.
Can you just tell me again your reaction? I mean, you hit on it a little bit, that this really is a nightmare situation for a parent. You drop your kid off at daycare, and then you find out this happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's no worse scenario than this, where you drop off your child to somewhere you think is safe, and you get that phone call. I think we can all relate who have children and those who don't, that this is just a tragic situation anywhere in the world, let alone here in Hopkins. And again, this is a rarity, and we will continue to investigate it as thorough and transparent as possible.
Chief, 2 questions here. Maybe too early. Do we know, did the perpetrator take his own life?
Preliminarily, we believe that to be the case.
Okay. And how are your officers holding up to? I mean, this is, not just for the community, this is going to be traumatic for them as well.
The initial officers on scene, this was a tragic situation for them as well. And I could see on the look on their faces that this was one of those ones that you'll remember throughout your entire career, if not life.
Do you have any expectations about when you'll have other updates, and will it be happening here at the scene or someplace else? Or?
I was hoping to do one at 4 o'clock today at City Hall. I also have Mayor Hanlon from the city here present with us today, and we'll put out more information as we gather the intelligence from the scene.
So we're gonna one last, if you know, is this a licensed daycare? Do you have any idea?
I do not have that information.
Did the suspect shoot himself did he shoot or was he stabbed?
At this point in time, I can't tell you that information. We'll be able to tell you later this afternoon, but there's 3 deceased individuals in the house, all believed to be related.
Did the husband live at the house at the time?
I don't have that information.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
So that's a news conference wrapping up in Hopkins, Minnesota, where we heard from the police chief there talking about and giving some more information about what we know about that situation, which was described essentially as a double murder and suicide at an in-home daycare, a domestic situation there. 6 other kids at the daycare at the time were unharmed. They have been taken out of that home and reunified with their families. Just a heartbreaking situation there. Now, we still don't know a whole lot, still some unconfirmed information as far as what happened here. They did not confirm whether, when they were asked if this was a stabbing, they did not confirm that. So they are still trying to determine the weapon that was involved here. But a domestic situation, 3 people dead, a man, a woman, and a child, all part of the same family, the family that owned that daycare, investigators believe at this time. And again, what police just described as a murder-suicide. And it also sounds like the person who called this into 911 was someone who witnessed this happening. We may be hearing now from another official at the scene here. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Anything else you want to add here? I mean, this is obviously horrific for anybody.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I think the first and foremost is to know that there's not an ongoing threat. I think when you see a lot of police cars in our neighborhood and a lot of folks reacting and responding, to know that there's not an additional threat to our community. But yes, we are all just reeling from this tragic incident that's going on in our city right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
That was Mayor Patrick Hanlon reacting to some of those details that just came out. And as you heard in the briefing from the police chief, they'll be giving an update around 5 o'clock Eastern. That's 4 p.m. Central Time. So more details we should have this evening. They may be able to share a little bit more information. These live aerial images as well coming in from that neighborhood, that daycare at a home in Hopkins, just in a neighborhood there. About 7 kids were there at the time. One of them was found dead, 6 others unharmed. They have been reunified and reunited with their families. We'll continue to monitor this as any more information comes out in the next little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is right at 12:30 this afternoon. We appreciate you joining us here, continuing to track a couple of things. We just heard an update on what happened at that day in-home daycare in Hopkins, Minnesota. We are also continuing to keep an eye on the sun, safely, of course. Here is a live look. We've got some cameras in Bangor, Maine, showing us the view of the upcoming solar eclipse. So we will be watching that. These shots obviously coming with a filter on, which is why you're able to kind of see so much from this. So here in just a little bit, we will see the moon passing in front of it, and then there will be some moments of totality as well. So we will try to keep these live images up for you throughout the afternoon. Florida, unfortunately, not in the path to see that solar eclipse happening today, so we will watch it from afar together here on Fox Local. Now, I do want to get you to a news conference earlier today in Hillsborough County, where we heard from Attorney General James Uthmeier, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister as well, talking about this crackdown on human trafficking. They said it was an operation that resulted in more than 100 arrests, 116 actually. That is a lot from a mission of theirs that they said their top priority in it was hunting down people who were trying to prey on the most vulnerable. So I want to play for you as we heard from the Attorney General and Sheriff Chronister just a little bit ago.
Uthmeier, General, I know how busy you are. Thank you for making the time to be here today. Absolutely amazing partnership. Rita Peters with the Office of Statewide Prosecution, one of our attorneys that still has 100% conviction rate when it comes to human trafficking. Miss Rita, thank you for being here. Thank you for your dedicated efforts. Jaslyn Vasquez with One More Child is here, and Misty Hazley from Selah Freedom. Both of you, thank you for being here. These investigations are successful when you have these respite resources and care. And when we rescue these females and victims of human trafficking, what can we do with them? What do we do with them? What's the next steps? You guys are phenomenal. We're so grateful for your partnership. Today I stand before you disgusted by the predatory actions of those we have arrested, and at the same time proud of the men and women of this sheriff's office who refuse to let predators hide in our community. What I'm about to share with you is not just a statistic on a page. This operation involved real children, real women, and real victims who were bought, sold, and abused. From June 8th through August 5th, our human trafficking and internet predator squads, along with our sexual predator unit, came together for one mission: to hunt down individuals who sought to prey on our most vulnerable. Operation Relentless Summer resulted in 116 arrests, utilizing multiple strategies: residential search warrants connected to dark web activity, undercover online chat, hotel-motel operations, traveling to meet a minor investigations, and sex offender checks. These criminals, who felt they could use the summer when students are out of school to buy, sell a child or a woman hiding behind a screen name, were mistaken and were met with Operation Relentless Summer. In addition to these arrests, this operation enabled the rescue of 3 adult victims and 2 juvenile victims of human trafficking. These 5 victims can now sleep soundly without fear. They have access to resources to begin healing from the trauma of their trafficker. And I pray they may find some comfort in knowing they were not forgotten. I want to walk you through a few of the cases today, with the first involving an individual who contacted our undercover detectives through an online advertisement. Emmanuel Boma, a detention officer with the Department of Juvenile Justice, a person whose job it is to supervise and protect children, children who are already at their most vulnerable inside the juvenile justice system. This is a role where he should have been an example, someone to look up to. Instead, he traveled to meet someone he thought he could pay to have sex with. To his surprise, he encountered detectives who arrested and charged him with soliciting another to commit prostitution. The next two cases are nothing short of infuriating and repulsive. For approximately 4 years, 35-year-old Frank Amy Cuomo built a business anchored in the pain and destruction of the women and girls he trafficked for sex across Florida, Louisiana, and Texas. Our human trafficking squad began investigating Amy Cuomo in early April of 2026. After receiving multiple suspicious calls about illegal sexual activity involving children near a residence in North Tampa. Upon launching an investigation, detectives learned that he was recruiting women to dance at strip clubs. He would even provide the underage girls he coerced with fake identification so they could work in the adult clubs and he could profit. When the money wasn't enough to feed his greed, he forced these women and girls into commercial sex acts, advertising them online as if they were merchandise. And when they tried to leave, he used immediate violence, became physically aggressive and punching them, while being cautious not to cause bruises that may diminish their ability to earn money. And for one of the victims he shared a child with, he would threaten to call the Department of Children and Families to have the child taken away if she didn't listen. Imagine living every single day of your life under someone else's control, wondering if today is the day you would be threatened and hurt again. This is not a life anyone should have to live. Detectives served search warrants on his social media accounts, cell phones, computers, and his home. Knowing that detectives were closing in, he attempted to flee, but we arrested him before he was able to board a plane at Tampa International Airport. This investigation identified and recovered 5 victims, 3 adult women, 22 years of age, and 2 underage females, 16 years of age, who were rescued and provided services by Sailor Freedom and One More Child, 2 outstanding organizations who are helping these victims rebuild and reshape their new lives. Take a good look at Amy Cuomo's photo. We do believe there may be additional victims and are asking anyone who may be a victim to please contact us. Along with all of their help and with subpoenas and search warrants, he will be prosecuted by Attorney General Uthmeyer's Office of Statewide Prosecution. The next case is a result of a residential search warrant we served here in Tampa at an apartment July 2nd. After receiving a report that child sexual abuse material was being uploaded from that location. During the search, detectives located a cell phone belonging to Eric Perez. And what they found on the phone is enough to sicken anyone. More than 100 files of child sexual abuse material involving very young children under the age of 5, and some in their teens. And video files of bestiality, some involving a dog and a 15-year-old boy. Even worse, detectives uncovered a custom mobile game downloaded from the dark web and built for one single purpose: to help the player practice and learn how to groom a child to be sexually abused. He is now charged with 100 counts of possession of child pornography, 11 counts of filming, distributing, or possessing images or video of sexual activity with an animal, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, obstruction of the execution of a search warrant, and resisting an officer without violence. Eric Perez is still in our custody, and he doesn't even have legal status to be here in the United States. These 3 cases are just a snapshot, a small window into the 116 arrests made during Operation Relentless Summer. This work is not easy. It takes a toll on the detectives who do it. While most of us were vacationing during the summer months, these detectives work long hours, nights and weekends to safeguard our community. I'm so proud of them and grateful for their relentless pursuit of justice. I've said it before, and I will say it again and again, for as long as I am fortunate enough to be your sheriff. I want every single predator listening right now, wherever you are hiding, to hear me. We will find you. We will kick in your door and take you off our streets. There is no screen or crevice that will keep you hidden. At the same token, for anyone listening who may be a victim of human trafficking, it's not your fault. You are stronger than you think. Please call us so we can help you. Let me once again thank our Florida Attorney General and his Office of Statewide Prosecution, who are such tremendous partners, providing unwavering resources, assistance, and empowerment so we may conduct these types of operations. I'm so grateful that we have an Attorney General who is dedicated to keeping Floridians safe. I now invite our Florida Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, to make some remarks. General?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here this morning and support the sheriff and his fantastic team. These days break my heart. They break my heart when you see the horrific things that are done to some of our most vulnerable in society. But I tell you what, I'm going to sleep well tonight knowing that we've got 116 predators, more predators behind bars. Over the last year, we've locked up more predators and violent offenders in Florida than ever before in our state's history. My office, our prosecution rates are up almost 70% in a year and a half. And when it comes to handing out sentences for crimes against children, we're handing out 4 times more than we did a year and a half ago. And it is because we know, Rita will tell you, every day I remind our team, our #1 priority is to protect our kids. We will stop at nothing to protect them and get these guys behind bars. This guy, Frank Amikumo, who's not even an American citizen, from Liberia, the things he did to teenage girls are unspeakable. Recruiting them to dance and perform in nightclubs, and then forcing them into commercial sex acts, performances on the internet, horrific things. He's going to go away for the rest of his life. Rita's working on that case, and we're looking at racketeering, conspiracy to commit racketeering, 2 counts of human trafficking, both life felonies, 2 counts of lewd or lascivious battery, deriving proceeds from prostitution, forcing, compelling, or coercing another to commit prostitution, unlawful use of a 2-way communication device, tampering with a witness, a life felony, tampering with evidence, and I'm sure Rita's going to find a few more things. We're going to do what you call throwing the book at him. He's looking at least 3 life sentences. People say, why do you need more than 1 life sentence? Because we always got to anticipate some judge somewhere wanting to let him out a little bit early. So we're going to make sure we send him away for the rest of his life. We're going to keep him away from our young girls and our children. I got to tell you, I've had the honor to go work and join the sheriff and his team for one of their undercover stings with the human trafficking unit. And it was so encouraging to see not just the exceptional professionalism with which they fight crime, but more importantly, the team aspect. When you're going out there and taking down bad guys and seeing these gruesome things, it'll wear you down. One of the officers, she'd actually graduated into a completely different division of the office, but she came back just for this sting because she wanted to be there with the team to put bad guys away. What they do, the people at home will never see it, never fully appreciate what they have to go through to catch the most evil in society. But people should rest assured knowing that somebody's awake day and night, holding watch, looking out over our communities. So it's an honor to be here. Child protection will always be our number one. We're going to keep prosecuting to the fullest. Are we handing out any lenient plea deals on this one, Rita? I don't think so. Rita doesn't do plea deals. We're going to make people pay for their crimes, and these are the most egregious that deserve the ultimate form of punishment. So we'll be here for you, Sheriff, every day. We've got some, tomorrow we're going to announce our 2,000th child predator arrest since I've been in office, which is going to be a teacher. It's a sad thing, but it reminds parents out there, if you don't know who your children are with in private, you need to be careful. It can be teachers, it can be people at church, it can be coaches, it can be anybody. Evil is everywhere in this world. You need to have an open dialogue with your kids. You need to know what they're doing on their cell phones. Most of our cases originate through online platforms. We're going after a lot of these companies civilly and criminally, where they have designed addictive algorithms that keep kids online for hours and hours and expose them to predators that are deceiving the kids and pretending to be kids themselves. So we'll stay at this. We're going to hold these companies accountable, and we will seek justice where it is due. So thanks and God bless.
Thank you, General. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Will Eric Perez be deported?
Yes, at some point. Absolutely. He's got some very serious charges, so when that will occur, that'll be up to the federal partner that we have in that case.
What country is Eric Perez from?
Mexico. Sorry. I had to double check because out of this operation, 11 of the individuals that we arrested are here in the country unlawfully. Mexico. Eric Perez is from Mexico.
Did the number of arrests over just a few months, did that surprise you once you guys started getting into this?
No, it doesn't surprise us. I think you have a roller coaster of emotions. You're happy that the detectives are that effective and making such phenomenal cases. At the same time, you're sad that you're still having this number of individuals that are in our community preying on our young people. I wanted to do this operation. I asked that they forfeit their summer this year, knowing that with kids being out of school and having more free time and spending more time online, predators would see that as a larger opportunity. So I wanted to make sure that they were out there, and obviously they were effective, and I'm grateful that they forfeited their summer to safeguard our community as well as they did.
And you guys mentioned the algorithm and social media. Any advice to parents on how to talk to their kids about this?
Yeah, the general alluded to it as well. Know who your children are speaking to, know who they're communicating with, know who they're spending their time with. I say this all the time, you hear children talking about helicopter parent. I don't think in today's age there's any such thing. We have to know who our children are speaking to, what websites they're visiting, because this is where their predators see an opportunity. They see a vulnerable child who's unsupervised, whatever the case may be, whatever the environmental factor may be, and they see this as an opportunity to prey on our young people.
Sheriff, now that kids are back in school, does the message change for parents, or does that change at all what you guys look for, your investigative means?
Yeah, great question. Question is, do we change anything now that kids are back in school? We're fortunate here in Hillsborough County. We have the resources. So these units that we talked about, our human trafficking squad, our internet predator squad, our sex predator unit, they're full-time. So they work all year round. This is an announcement of a summer investigation operation that we did, but even there, they still have a lot more work to do. There's more victims that we're working the rescue. There's more suspects that are going to be arrested as a result of this. Unfortunately, I'm not able to talk about it. I'll attack the integrity of the investigation that they're working now, but luckily in our community, having the resources we have, this is a year-long operation.
Sheriff, for those at home who may be watching and needed help, what specific resources are available to them?
As far as victims?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, I think that's what makes Tampa Bay so special when you have resources like One More Child and Sail of Freedom. When we started this 10 years ago, there weren't any resources. We would rescue somebody and all pull our money together, try to find some money to get that individual a hotel room for a night or two. Now there's so many services. If it's substance abuse, if it's mental health, whatever it is, to get them healthy, that respite care, to get them permanent housing, get them gainful employment. It's an absolute game changer having services in our Tampa Bay community that we share the partnerships we have with our non-government partnerships that we have make all the difference in the world. So when I encourage victims to come forward, we have the resources, and I'm not asking you to make a leap of faith. I'm asking you to have the courage, the strength to come forward. We'll take care of the rest for you.
Sheriff, are you able to touch on what platforms these suspects were using? I know in the past we've talked about how they get to kids through Roblox or TikTok or Instagram, and were any of those used? And if so, what do these companies have a responsibility to maybe keep these predators off of these platforms?
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, what platforms do we find these predators luring children or preying and utilizing? It's every platform, even some of the dark web. I mean, who would think to create an app where you could download a game that would be an instructional manual to tell you how and instruct you how to entice a child and train them how to be better at being physically and sexually abused? You know, so they're spending a lot of time on the dark web. When I sit here and I warn predators that we're coming for you, that's just not an idle threat. We have access to everything they have access to. And I think we're a lot more highly trained than they are. They have to realize we're going to meet them where they're at, and they're going to be placed under arrest. They're going to be put in jail, because we're not going to stop until no one's at risk of being preyed upon by these predators.
Sheriff, you shared body camera video with us, and we watched them on the screen there. What stands out to you when you see it?
I didn't see it, I'm sorry. They do a great job. I just didn't see the video. What was the video about? The arrest of Eric Perez? Yeah. I think what stands out with Eric Perez is they went to the house, and the detectives were trying to be extremely cordial, asking him to open the door, that they had a search warrant for the residence, and he chose not to open up the door. He made us do things the hard way, and I think he thought because he wasn't going to allow us access that we weren't going to make entry, and that's certainly not the case. When we have a warrant for your house, we like to do things the easy way, what they call the nice way, but we're certainly trained to do it any way we need to.
Last question.
In Perez's cases, did you guys notice or investigators find any AI-generated child files with this? Are you noticing an uptick across the board with this information?
We did not. Great question. No AI-generated files. You know, the count is way over 100. 100 is the max statute. That's how it's charged. But again, when I sit here and describe how graphic and repulsive it is, it's worse than you could even imagine. Thank you, everyone. Have a great and safe day.
Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister earlier today at that news conference with State Attorney General James Uthmeyer. Give you a live look right now in Bangor, Maine. We are coming up on the start of the solar eclipse, not viewable to us here in Florida, which is why we are going to bring it to you live here on Fox Local. Again, that'll be starting soon. You'll start to see the moon moving and making its way across right in front of the sun there. We're going to talk all about this and some other things that you'll want to watch for tonight that you will be able to see here in Florida with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard coming up in just a little bit. So we still have much more to come here on Fox Local this afternoon. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Give you a live look right now. Department of Justice. You see the podium, the flags there behind it. We are waiting to hear from Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is expected to speak shortly. This is a live look where he's going to be speaking. We're not exactly sure what he's going to be announcing, what he's going to be discussing, but we will see shortly. We will bring this to you live here on Fox 35 News Plus, expecting it to start in just a little bit. Let me give you a live look right now, too, in Bangor, Maine. This is the way it looks right now with the filter off the camera. A lot of clouds we've seen going through that area up in the northeast, so it could be an obstructed view of the solar eclipse that is expected to get underway shortly. We don't have a view of it at all here in Florida, so I guess an obstructed view is better than no view, but we will do our best to bring you live images of that, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that solar eclipse and some other things happening in the night sky tonight that you might want to see. We'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also going to be monitoring a news conference that we expect in the next little bit with Congresswoman Kathy Castor from the Tampa area, going to be talking about some Social Security things and other things like that coming up in just a little bit, answering some questions from reporters as well. She was touring the Social Security office in Tampa and then is going to be able to speak to reporters after that. Well, let me, just before I go to something else here, I do want to show you, we just got this. It appears that gives us a little bit of an indication about what this news conference might be about at the Department of Justice. So showing a foreign national in a sham marriage ceremony. We know the president has been outspoken about a crackdown on citizenship tourism, essentially, and his executive orders about that. So we could hear something about that. Maybe this is related. Maybe it isn't. We will find out shortly, but just wanted to give you another live look there now that we have a little bit of a wider view inside this room, and we will listen in. It sounds like another fraud bust from the Department of Justice. So we will hear from the Attorney General in just a few minutes. I almost said acting Attorney General, but he was just confirmed just last week, was sworn in on Monday. So he is now the Attorney General of the United States, and we will hear from him coming up in just a little bit. Another national story that's been getting a lot of attention this week was the swap, and the potential close call that could have happened with Air Force One. So you may have heard about how the Secret Service went through some extraordinary measures to protect the president when he was returning home from Turkey. We had talked before. In fact, that day we brought it to you live here on Fox 35 News Plus as President Trump boarded Air Force One, the old Air Force One, that he was expected to take to fly back to the United States because of some sort of issue. Then there was reporting that there had been a threat on his life, that maybe there were going to be some potentially an attack, and so they were taking the old Air Force One. What we have learned from additional reporting since is that the president was ushered out of that plane, essentially in a cargo hold, and taken to another plane that the president actually flew home on, while the rest of his traveling entourage, press and others, stayed on board that previous flight, used kind of as a decoy after he was ushered out using a civilian catering truck on the tarmac. We talked to a security expert about that earlier today. We're going to have to wait on that, though, because Attorney General Todd Blanche just walked up to the podium, and we're going to go ahead and listen in live.
Charging 11 individuals for allegedly overseeing an extensive, decade-long marriage fraud scheme involving more than 1,000 sham marriages between Chinese nationals and United States citizens, and then the submission of fraudulent applications for green cards. This is one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in United States history. This scheme was not a quick fly-by-night operation, but rather a years-long, multi-million-dollar cottage industry to criminally assist people who would not, or legally could not, otherwise become citizens of the United States. The men and women who facilitated this scheme were all naturalized citizens originally from China and one green card holder. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is working alongside our partners at DHS to secure the border and protect American communities, something that was ignored during the last administration. Not only are we protecting our physical borders from unlawful crossings, but we are also preventing immigration fraud schemes that are just another way to skirt the immigration laws of the United States. As alleged, some of the charged defendants acted as facilitators who orchestrated the marriage fraud scheme, pairing foreign nationals seeking immigration status with United States citizens willing to participate and engage in a sham marriage. These facilitators employed attorneys, tax preparers, and marriage officiants. Some of the other charged defendants acted as recruiters by finding and recruiting United States citizens to participate in the scheme, and other defendants acted as officiants, officiating dozens of these alleged fake marriages. Now, the way that this scheme allegedly worked is the facilitators used social media and other forms of advertising to market fraudulent immigration services to foreign nationals, primarily from China, and Chinese nationals would pay these facilitators as much as $100,000 for assistance in obtaining a marriage, which then allowed them to apply for a green card. The facilitators also paid willing U.S. citizens as much as $30,000 to engage in the sham marriage with the foreign national. Now, often after these phony ceremonies, defendants would stage images of families at restaurants to create the appearance of a legitimate wedding, and some of the defendants also facilitated sham marriages overseas in China. After the marriages took place, the actual ceremony, the then married couples would visit a local office affiliated with the scheme, sign forms for submission to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, learn about the USCIS interview process to apply for a green card, and then execute prenuptial agreements, which, not surprisingly, given the allegation these were sham marriages, waived their rights to share in the other's estate upon death, child support, and other claims in marital property. One prenuptial agreement even provided that, and I'm quoting from the indictment, except in the name of husband and wife, both parties live independently and must not interfere with each other, end quote. The facilitators of the scheme would then prepare and submit fraudulent green card applications and work with the couples through the immigration process, submitting photographs, opening joint bank accounts, mobile phone accounts, all to obtain green cards to allow them to stay in this country, but that's illegal. These charges and the indictments now unsealed, they show how far people will go to cheat our immigration system. Gaining American citizenship and legal status to reside in this great nation is a sacred privilege, and we will ensure it is always done in accordance with the law protecting our communities and national security. These schemes have real costs. They rob our country of its ability to know who should be and should not be allowed in America. And this department and the Department of Homeland Security will not stand for this. And I think this prosecution and the hard work that went into it with the agents and the prosecutors show that. Our efforts to protect our immigration system and our country's borders are aggressive and exhaustive. No matter how complicated the scam, we will do everything in our power to stop it. Additionally, we've directed the U.S. Attorney's offices around the country and the Criminal Division here at Maine Justice to work with DHS to prioritize the investigation and prosecution of birth tourism schemes. We've also directed the Civil Division to prioritize the denaturalization of naturalized citizens who have obtained citizenship through fraud. Our fantastic lawyers have filed a record number of complaints, more than 120 at this point, since January 20th, 2025. We are a nation of borders and sovereignty. The greatness of America is only as strong as our willingness to protect it, and I am proud to be part of the whole-of-government approach to bring down sophisticated networks like this. This is indicative of the work we're doing to keep America safe. It will continue and will not relent in our efforts to protect national security. I do want to thank the Southern District of New York for their work in this case, and our partners at DHS, HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and the FBI for the tireless work in investigating this case and bringing this prosecution. I'd like to now turn it over to our newly confirmed by the judges, SDNY United States Attorney Jamie McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jamie McDonald, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. As the Attorney General just laid out, today an indictment has been unsealed in the Southern District of New York, charging 11 defendants with an expansive conspiracy to commit marriage and immigration fraud. As alleged in the indictment, over a decade, the defendants and their co-conspirators orchestrated more than 1,000 sham marriages, which were designed to fraudulently obtain lawful permanent resident status, or green cards, for foreign nationals, primarily from the People's Republic of China. The defendants allegedly ran a full-service fraud scheme. The Attorney General laid it out for you, charging fees as much as $100,000 per green card. They recruited U.S. citizens to engage in sham marriages, arranged sham wedding ceremonies, complete with officiants, wedding attire, photographers, and attendees. They put together green card applications with which they submitted to USCIS, and they manufactured evidence in support of these applications, including by staging photographs, opening joint accounts. They coached couples before USCIS interviews, and once a foreign national obtained a green card, they arranged for a divorce. The defendants arrested today played different roles in the scheme. Some ran the operation, identifying foreign nationals who were willing to pay for the green cards. Some found or recruited U.S. citizens to enter into sham marriages and carry out the scheme. And some facilitated the fraudulent applications by leveraging a network of marriage officiants, attorneys, tax preparers, and other service providers. Through this process, the defendants made enormous sums of money for themselves. We believe this network took in tens of millions of dollars over its decade-long operation, making it one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in U.S. history. Investigations of this scale require extraordinary teamwork. The charges unsealed today were made possible by a coordinated law enforcement response involving federal, state, local partners working closely with our office. Now, sometimes you all ask, well, how did this investigation, how did this case come together? The way that this case developed was really, truly remarkable. It began with a single communication that our office uncovered in an entirely unrelated case. Our prosecutors identified that communication, thought that it could be tied to a potential marriage and immigration fraud scheme. They moved quickly, they obtained warrant after warrant, and followed the facts where they led. Our prosecutors and our partners analyzed communications, immigration filings, financial records, photographs, and other evidence, and identified the key participants in the scheme and the many, many sham marriages they brokered in furtherance of it. Our prosecutors built and then charged a case aimed at dismantling the network itself. That's what the case today does. Their work wouldn't have been possible without the outstanding contributions of our law enforcement partners, but I do want to note that while this case today is aimed at dismantling the network, our investigation into other aspects of it, going up and down the chain, is continuing. I'd like to take a moment to specifically recognize some of the partners that we worked with for their invaluable contributions. Homeland Security investigations, and in particular the Hudson Valley HSI, the FBI and its Westchester Safe Streets Task Force, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division, the Westchester County DA's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Middle District of Florida, and HSI in Jacksonville. All did extraordinary work with our office to investigate and disrupt this sophisticated and expansive fraudulent network with remarkable speed. I commend our prosecutors and staff in the Southern District of New York, especially in our White Plains office, which is where this investigation was run and where the prosecution will proceed, for their speed, creativity, judgment, and determination with which they built this case. The defendants will be presented in the White Plains White Plains Courthouse later today. I'd also like to thank in particular the Attorney General and his office for his support in this investigation and the continued efforts of our office and all of our law enforcement partners. This case shows what coordination, hard work, this sort of whole of government approach that the Attorney General mentioned, and creativity of our nation's dedicated public servants can accomplish when we work together to protect the public. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Milholm, the Deputy for Homeland Security Investigations. Today's announcement demonstrates the strength and the purpose of Homeland Security Task Force, bringing together federal, state, and local partners to identify, investigate, and disrupt complex transnational criminal networks that cross jurisdictions and exploit lawful systems for profit. I want to thank the Department of Justice, the United States Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, and our federal, our state, and our local partners whose outstanding work brought this case to this important milestone. Today, we're recognizing the results of a broad, coordinated investigation led by HSI Hudson Valley, New York, into an alleged nationwide and international marriage fraud network. The indictment unsealed today charges 11 individuals with participating in a conspiracy involving sham marriages, false filings, and also fraudulent documentation intended to unlawfully obtain government benefits. The alleged scheme operated for more than a decade and involved countless sham marriages, and it generated tens of millions of dollars in illicit proceeds. The investigation focused on a network that arranged sham marriages between foreign nationals and United States citizens. These crimes were not only taking place in New York, they reached across multiple states as well as overseas. The case highlights the type of complex, organized fraud that HSI is uniquely positioned to investigate. Marriage fraud is not simply a paperwork issue. When individuals or organizations allegedly manufacture relationships, falsify supporting documents, stage evidence, and attempt to mislead the federal process, they undermine the integrity of our systems, and these are relied upon by the public and the government alike. From the earliest stages of this investigation, HSI Hudson Valley special agents followed the evidence across criminal, financial, and administrative lanes. The work required patience, it required precision, and it required extensive coordination. Through the Homeland Security Task Force, investigators were able to seamlessly share critical information, connect leads across jurisdictions, and mobilize the full strength of our collective capabilities when and where they were needed most. Together, HSI and its Homeland Security Task Force partners combined complex fraud expertise, financial analysis, criminal investigative resources, and local knowledge to address an alleged network that reached beyond any one jurisdiction. I want to specifically recognize HSI New York's Hudson Valley office for its leadership in this investigation, along with the FBI, CIS, ATF, Army, CID, and many other law enforcement partners. Today's indictment represents an important step in the criminal justice process. HSI will continue to investigate organizations that seek to profit from fraud, deception, and the exploitation of lawful government processes. We will do so professionally, meticulously, and in close partnership with prosecutors and law enforcement agencies at every level of the U.S. government. I want to thank the special agents of HSI, our task force officers, analysts, prosecutors, and every partner agency that contributed to this investigation. Their work reflects the best of coordinated law enforcement in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks, everybody. We'll take a couple of questions. David?
Is there any evidence that these people wanted to come to the United States to spy for China? Is there an espionage aspect to this?
Not as alleged in the indictment, no. I mean, I think that as the U.S. Attorney mentioned, this investigation, as you would expect, given the numbers and what we described today, is not over. So if there's more to come in that space or anywhere else, you'll hear about it, but not as alleged in the indictment.
And separately, if I could ask you on the Anthony Fauci contempt referral, is there any update on that? Is your office closer to coming forward with any decision on that?
Well, no, I don't have an update. As you guys know, when the Department of Justice receives a referral from Congress, there's a process. There's a process of how we take it in and how we investigate it. But any update that I would expect to come from this department would be if there's ultimately a decision made, and that certainly won't be anytime soon.
In the reflecting pool case, maybe earned.
What about the reflective? I don't know what you mean by the White House has asked us to do that, but no, I don't have an update on that. I think there's been a lot of comments and source-based comments about what, if anything's happening with that case. The judge ruled in that case, or we're waiting for the ruling, and I don't have an update, no.
We've learned that the Justice Department has unsealed.
Attorney General Todd Blanche taking some questions from reporters right now. You heard him ask about the reflecting pool case. You heard him ask about Anthony Fauci, some other things there as we continue to watch this news conference. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we've got a poll question for you to lead into our next segment as we get ready to talk about a new Brightline station that's going to be coming to Cocoa in Brevard County. So what would you plan to use that new Brightline stop for first? Take you to the Space Coast, to the beaches, for some good seafood maybe, or experiencing some of the wildlife preserves and all the wildlife there? We want to know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen as well. We'll leave this up for a minute here. Looks like somebody may have completely changed their vote. So we'll be watching this. We'll leave this up for a minute so you can get that vote in. And then we will come back in just a couple of minutes and talk more about what you need to know about that Brightline station, some federal money coming in for that. And we will see and talk more about that coming up in just a minute. So keep it here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back. Well, more votes coming in for the beach. Looks like y'all have a lot of plans for that future Cocoa station of the Brightline train there in Brevard County. You can cast your vote, fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen as well. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. And the reason we ask is because a big announcement this week of more than $50 million in federal money coming to help make that Brightline station in Cocoa a reality. And so what will this mean for the community? What will it mean for the Brightline travel across the state of Florida as well? Big things happening there. And so we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Thad Altman, who is a commissioner and joining us live now via Zoom. Thad, we appreciate your time and thanks for joining us here. District 5 Commissioner in Brevard County. We appreciate it. Thad, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Oh, it's good to be here, and we are incredibly excited about this announcement.
Yeah, first of all, just give me your reaction to the announcement. I know this was something that y'all were hoping for to get this federal grant money. So just give me your reaction to this this finally being announced and you know, kind of being able to get things rolling.
Well, it means so much for all of East Central Florida. We are one community, you know, from Orlando to Titusville, Melbourne, Cocoa. We're linked. We're linked in many ways: the beach, the Space Center, the port, UCF, the airport. And this will enable the citizens of East Central Florida to take advantage of this intermodal transportation tool to be linked, to be more united, and to do more things together. I predict that it's going to be a big hit. It's going to help the Brightline corridor immensely. A lot of folks on the Space Coast too spend a lot of time in South Florida too, whether it's sporting events or FAU or just cultural activities happening down along the coast. It's going to unite South Central Florida in a way that we've never seen before. It's going to increase the quality of life, because when you're united and when you can share resources, when you're mobile, you're going to be able to grow the economy and grow cultural, educational, and business opportunities.
Now, Thad, for those who may not be familiar with where this is going to be, where is that station going to be in Cocoa?
Well, it's right there where 528 meets US 1. It's the southwest corner of that intersection of US 1 and 528. So when you take the beach line, just before you get to the lagoon, the Indian River Lagoon, you'll see that transit center right there on the right-hand side.
And why does that location make the most sense for you there in Cocoa?
Well, it's the intersection of the east-west 528 corridor. So when you're coming from Orlando, the road, the train already goes past that area. It goes along the 528, and it takes a quick right there and starts heading south along US 1. But there's no stop. So if you want to take Brightline to the Space Coast, whether it's the port or the Space Center or watch a launch or the beach, there's no stop. There's no way of doing that. As well, if you're on the Space Coast and you want to go to Miami, you have to go all the way to Orlando to catch the train. Or if you want to catch the train to Orlando, you can't do that. So if you want to spend an evening in Orlando or go to the amusement parks or UCF, you don't have an option. This really closes the loop. It connects the dot. It has that final link. And I think you're going to see ridership increase dramatically on the Brightline line, because I call it the most important link, because it's the T intersection. And as Brightline hopefully one day comes from the north, it's going to be that important T where riders can go north or go south from up north and connect from going east-west.
What's the reaction from folks there in Brevard County about this?
Oh, people are ecstatic. Words cannot describe the enthusiasm that we have for this, something that it's been a long time coming. I grew up in Brevard County. I remember as a kid, a very young, 10-year-old, 8-year-old, having the FEC railway coming from up north, the Northeast, all the way down through the Space Coast to Miami. I used to ride the train to visit relatives in South Carolina. My grandmother from South Carolina would ride in that FEC rail line, and it's now we're back to the future. We're back in business, and passengers will be riding from the east coast of East Central Florida again on a railway.
Now, there are some questions and some concerns about the long-term financial future of Brightline. Does that worry you at all about this investment, and if Brightline were to have issues in the future?
It does not. You know, I think the reason that the ridership isn't there, but what I think is the most important stop that really connects our region didn't exist. So this railway center, this connecting piece of the Brightline will increase ridership dramatically. I think it's going to be the opposite effect is going to happen. It may prevent Brightline from not being a success. So I think it's the missing link, and this terminal will make ridership much higher and pay big dividends.
What's the timeline for folks to see this built and see it in operation?
Well, it just can't happen too fast. We're so excited about it, but it should be complete. We should be able to catch Brightline right here in Brevard County by early 2030. The design process will be complete in 2027, and the construction process will begin in 2028, and then it will be complete in 2030.
All right, Thad Altman, Brevard County District 5 Commissioner. We really appreciate you taking the time and chatting with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you. It's a big day in East Central Florida. We're excited about it.
All right, an exciting step. Going to be exciting to see work get underway and that process continue. We're going to take a break.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are continuing to count down to primary election day coming up on Tuesday. Early voting is already underway across the Sunshine State here, and there's a number of races that we are watching closely here in Central Florida. One of those, of course, the 7th Congressional District race. We've been talking with the candidates for that race this week. We are pleased to be joined by another in studio here today, Bale Dalton, one of the Democratic candidates on the ballot. And Bale, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me back, Garrett. And like we said, congrats on this new studio. It's looking awesome. And I'm especially looking at your bottom window there as we monitor this incredible total solar eclipse that's happening later today.
It really is fascinating. We're also watching NASA's coverage. I know you have a particular interest in that. I'm sure it just really is cool to see when there are things like this that really do just like bring people together, and we can kind of have like a shared experience of some of these neat things that happen that are far above politics or anything. We're talking about things that are happening in space. It's cool.
Yeah, it is so cool. And we briefly mentioned, how America in particular was able to come together on the last path of a solar eclipse that came over, the middle part of our country, which was incredible. And I do think that's something that, people are just desperate for. They are just, I've been all throughout this district over the last, 9-10 months talking to folks and what's top of mind for them. And, one of the things that I hear all the time is people are being told that they have to hate their neighbor. I mean, we are struggling in this country, lots of families struggling to make ends meet. We've seen some poor economic policy decisions coming out in the last 2 years, and folks are struggling. And that doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent. These are neighbors worried about their communities and their neighborhoods and making ends meet for their family. And what we really need, and the reason why I'm running in this race, is somebody who's willing to get in there, roll up their sleeves, and actually address, the problems and the struggles that we're having here in Seminole and Volusia counties.
We are just a few days away from primary election day. So, when we first talked to you after you jumped into the race, that was months ago. Yeah. I'm sure the campaign has just flown by. And now here we are really in the home stretch right now of the primary. How are things going? What have you been doing to get out there and speak to voters?
Yeah, I think things are going very well. I mean, I'm very proud of the coalition that our campaign has put together, endorsed by former Senator Bill Nelson, former Congresswoman Val Demings, and of course Stephanie Murphy, who represented a large part of this district previously, and state and local leaders throughout as well. And I think, what folks are drawn to is the fact that, I am speaking in the way that I just did about how are we going to bring folks together, but how are we also going to actually address these struggles that we're facing here in Central Florida. And I also think folks are just fed up with this seeming acceptance of corruption and grift that's happening up in Washington, D.C. Folks are very tired of having their pockets picked to fill, the politicians in D.C. and Tallahassee. And, as I've been out throughout this district, folks are desperate for a change. They are desperate for somebody that is going to be in there and working for them. And as you know, Garrett, I mean, this is my home. I was born and raised here before spending, basically my entire adult life in service, fighting in combat to keep our country safe over 24 years in the Navy and Navy Reserve, serving Floridians, especially our veterans, as part of Senator Nelson's staff when he was our senator. And of course at NASA, where we continue to show the world every day what Americans can accomplish when we actually work together.
How do you believe that background of yours sets you up for success if you were to be elected to this seat?
Well, I think it's twofold. One is life experience and, executive management, taking care of people, understanding how to be a good steward of, budgetary processes. Folks are very tired of sending their money to Washington, D.C. and not getting any return from it, right? They should not be struggling to make ends meet every day while they are doing what they've, while they're doing the right thing, going to jobs, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs, and continue to be worried about how they're going to, make ends meet. That's not what America's about. And I think when folks see, the level of experience that I have in different items, of course, I'm trying to now do public service for my home in a different way.
Is that affordability issue, is that the top priority, you think? Is that the main issue that you're hearing from voters that you are talking with?
I think it absolutely is. And what I say is, look, affordability, that's kind of a DC word, right? I'm not interested in that and affordability. What I'm interested in is in the fact that, folks are seeing their grocery prices at the highest levels really ever and continuing to rise. We're seeing, folks having difficulty accessing affordable health care. Both the health care expenses going up and insurance premiums, and we're seeing folks have even less access to it. I mean, look, our current incumbent, Congressman Mills, he's made votes. He's directly voted to make life more difficult here by cutting Medicaid, by taking money out of our hospitals, especially our rural hospitals, and, voting to let the ACA subsidies expire. So the trouble is, Garrett, is that everybody's got multiple buckets that are overflowing, especially, our gig workers that depend on, gas prices to get from one job to the next. I was just talking to someone who runs a landscaping business, and their margins are suffering because just getting their trucks and trailers out to the homes that they service is incredibly more expensive than it was, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago. And so folks are having trouble making ends meet, whether it's taking care of their families or trying to have successful businesses.
And so what would a Congressman Dalton do to address those things? You talked about the ACA subsidies. You talked a few minutes ago about what you said were several kind of poor economic policy decisions that kind of led to the situation. How would you work to fix it?
Well, I think letting the ACA subsidies expire, that is a crisis of Congress's own making. In this district alone, we now see 45,000 different families without health care at all. We've seen over 150,000 different families who have seen their health insurance premiums rise between 2 and 4 times. So that's a crisis that can be corrected right this minute with a Congress that is willing to extend these ACA subsidies. And we shouldn't forget the fact that it has such a negative effect on our small businesses who are trying to take care of their employees as well. I also think that we've got to get rid of these illegal tariff taxes. We've seen as consumers our prices be raised, but also our small businesses, they have to raise their prices, which makes them lose customers and lose employees. So that's just this, spiral of despair. And the fact that, now that these tariffs have been ruled illegal, now money's coming out of our treasury back to corporations. But where's it going? It's going to large corporations like Amazon, $6 billion out of our treasury back to Amazon, $2 billion back to Apple. Our small businesses here in Central Florida haven't seen any money coming back to them. And us as consumers certainly haven't seen any money coming back to our pockets, having paid those higher prices.
Now, this district has been in Republican hands, but it has not always been that way. Right. What makes you think that this could be the year that Democrats take back the 7th congressional district seat?
Well, look, we already have information. The only public poll in this race shows me leading the incumbent Corey Mills by 2%. And the more folks learn about, my background and my life experience, the larger that lead increases to. And we've also seen, an over 23% of independents, according to that poll, would favor our campaign over the incumbent. So I think people are already starting to make their voices heard, as we've talked about, of just being fed up with the status quo, being fed up with the establishment, whether it is, Republican or Democrat up in D.C. They are completely fed up that folks are either treating Congress as some sort of get-rich-quick scheme. They're certainly fed up with this corruption and grift of people lining their own pockets by, picking ours. And I think our campaign has shown that we're able to bring the right coalition together to make real change for us and actually attack these problems that we're suffering from here in Central Florida.
Now, before you could take on a Republican candidate, you obviously have to advance from the primary. You are facing a couple of other, competitors on the ballot, Marielena Kinter, Alan Grayson. What separates you, in your mind, from the other Democratic candidates in this race?
Well, I think there are a lot of big differences here. And look, folks want, candidates to label themselves all the time. And I would say, I am a Florida first, common sense, centrist Democrat who is really fired up to take on these struggles that we're facing here in Central Florida. And not only that, I think that we have the campaign that will actually win in the general election. And that is important because you can't make change unless you win. And I think folks are really fed up, as I've said multiple times here, with what's going on in Washington, D.C. And the only way to get that changed is to get Representative Mills out of Congress and to ensure that we have someone in Congress that matches this district and the concerns that I'm hearing throughout the district as we talk to voters.
First piece of legislation you would file if you were elected to Congress?
Well, it's going to be boring because I've already said it. But again, this ACA subsidies expiration, that's a crisis of Congress's own making. That's got to be corrected right now, because regardless of what a long-term answer may or may not be, we cannot leave folks hung out to dry, struggling while Congress just continues to muddle through its morass. I mean, the word effective, comes to mind, as in the exact opposite of what Congress has been right now. So ACA subsidies actually absolutely have to be rolled back, and we have to do real tangible things to start correcting this corruption and grift in Washington, D.C. We've seen time and time again that Congress is unable to police itself, whether it's through, moral questions, ethical questions, or financial questions. And so I think we need to have some real common sense solutions on how to make sure that we're making laws to ensure Congress is able to be held accountable to the same rules that we are. So, if we need to talk, congressional stock bans, I mean, that's a thing that needs to happen on day one so that we can show folks that we are serious about, bringing real responsible representation back to them in Washington, D.C.
Now, Congress, when it does get things done, is an institution that is based a lot on seniority. And so how do you convince voters that you, as someone who does not have that political experience, could be effective for them, particularly when you are running in a race that could potentially pit you against someone who has served 2 terms?
Yeah, absolutely. But what I would say is, even though we do have an incumbent, obviously, Congressman Mills has not been very effective here in Central Florida. We could look at the record of things that he's passed that he has his name on, and frankly, I might be very happy that he hasn't been that effective, because again, most of the votes that I've already talked about have actually made life for us in Central Florida harder. But it's a great question about what can a freshman congressperson do, and I think the key there is to form teams and form coalitions to be that of people that are like-minded, that have districts that look like ours, to really attack these problems that folks are facing, because folks are tired of the talk. We need tangible results. We need a Congress that is willing to put their name on the line on behalf of their constituents in their districts, regardless of what one party or the next may think. And that's what Central Floridians will get in me.
Bale, last question for you here. I just want to give you the chance to make your last minute pitch to voters here, what you would tell them and why you think you would ask for their vote coming up on Tuesday or sooner.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Garrett. You did a great job at the top of the show talking about early voting. Started on Saturday, goes through this Saturday for Seminole and Volusia counties, with Election Day being Tuesday, August 18th. Look, I would just, ask the folks of Central Florida, many of whom I've met or talked with on the phones or at their doors, put their confidence in somebody who has, life experience that I've had, a lifetime of public service in all different arenas, especially fighting in uniform in combat on behalf of our national security. And make sure that we're taking care of the folks here in Central Florida.
Bill Dalton, a Democratic candidate in the 7th Congressional District race. We really appreciate you coming in and chatting with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks so much for having me, Garrett. Great to be back.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Want to get to a story that we talked about earlier than we didn't get to because the Attorney General started speaking, talking about this security incident that we learned some more about, and how the Secret Service essentially did a decoy to fool anyone trying to potentially attack Air Force One into thinking the president was on a plane that he wasn't on, using a catering truck to get him off the plane that everyone saw him walk onto before he was loaded onto a second plane. This happened during the president's recent trip to Turkey when he was heading back stateside. And Fox 35's, let's see, who was it? Hayden, you did this interview, correct? Fox 35's Hayden Wiggs, who you will meet soon. I had the chance to speak with security consultant Dave Benson today about this step from the Secret Service and the protocols to protect the president at all costs.
So I just have a couple of questions for you kind of about Trump's covert aircraft switch that happened in Turkey. So my first question for you is, how standard or unprecedented is the use of civilian aircraft infrastructure, in this case an elevated catering truck, to conduct this emergency extraction of the president?
Yeah, I would say it's unusual, but it's not unprecedented. I would say a lot of times when in my experience doing protective operations for the State Department, we would have to get creative sometimes based upon the nature of threats. One thing I would say is that it's clear to me that this was a very serious threat. They took it seriously. It was what we call in the intelligence business credible and actionable. Credible means they believe it, and actionable means it could happen at any particular time. Hence the extraordinary measures. So while I can't recite a situation where that happened just this way, changing aircraft, changing vehicles, dummy motorcades, to be honest with you, are not unheard of. This one was actually extraordinary because of the nature of the three planes being used.
Sure. And my question next is, in an operation of this scale, to what extent does the U.S. Secret Service and the military need to coordinate with the host nation, in this case being the Turkish authorities?
Yeah, I would think there would have been a lot of coordination involved in this, particularly with, as I said, I think the serious nature of the threats. One of the things that I think is really important, and I've heard a lot of this narrative, the Secret Service's sole responsibility is to their protectees. In this case, the President of the United States or any other cabinet level officials, or whoever they might be protecting. Once the President of the United States leaves that aircraft, it no longer technically becomes Air Force One, and it becomes the special air mission of the Air Force's responsibility. And the notion that somehow extraordinary measures weren't taken for the press and other individuals is just not true. It's just the first priority always will be the principal, who's the President of the United States, and that's why they made the decision that they did.
And sort of talking about, the press and all of that, administration officials did express frustration over the details of this classified tactic leaking to the media. And so kind of in your eyes, what are the possible or potential ramifications of public exposure of these types of extractions to future techniques or extractions?
Yeah, this is divulging sources and methods. And these are the type of things that the Secret Service or any federal agency that does protective operations does not want to get out and does not want to have it discussed. As a matter of fact, you may be aware, for the press pool and other individuals that board Air Force One, they are made to understand in no uncertain terms that they are to keep quiet about this. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen of the press have been sworn to secrecy in the past about some of the trips into combat areas. So while this is a little more unusual because it's come out in the open, and I really think it's a bad precedent when we see these kind of leaks.
And then kind of going back to talking about coordination between the Secret Service and the military, also related to leaks, how do you think that those interactions between host nation authorities and U.S. authorities, how are those conducted to avoid any other leaks concerning these threats?
Yeah, I would think it would have been handled at a very classified level. that the host nation would be told. Host nation may not have been told specifically what the issue is, although I suspect that somehow Turks might have been very familiar with the nature of this threat. That could have been part of that. The Air Force and the Secret Service work very closely together. Ultimately, all aircrafts that were used were Air Force aircrafts. So there was a shell game going on. There's no question about that. But there had to be a tremendous amount of coordination.
And let's talk a little bit about those aircrafts. The president himself noted that the smaller plane that he transferred to, which was a C-32A, posed a, quote, greater risk. And so kind of comparing the model of the C-32A to the Boeing 747 that is typically used for Air Force One, how does this smaller plane differ in terms of a defensive sweep, countermeasures, those sorts of things?
Well, as far as a defensive sweep, they're both going to be defensively swept. They're going to be posted and guarded 24/7. There's going to be somebody with the aircraft. I have no doubt that the current Air Force One has more security redundancies built in. I don't know all of them. I know some of them, but they certainly are designed to counter certain types of threats. But I would point out that even though the other aircraft may not have some of the same level of sophisticated redundancy, the element of surprise and the fact that we fool people actually trumps that, if you excuse the bad pun. And in fact, if people don't expect you to come, that's actually safer. As far as the people left behind on the aircraft, all those security redundancies were still in place. And I guarantee you everything would have been done if it was specifically targeted. So not knowing specifically what redundancies the other aircraft had, I can assure you it had some. And the nature of the element of surprise and protective operations is extremely important.
Wonderful. And so my final question for you, all of this being considered, is there a specific intelligence threshold that needs to be met before these types of measures are taken? And if so, do you think that we could see something else like this occurring during the current sort of climate that we are in currently?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. Ideally, we want intel to let us know well in advance. There's no doubt in my mind that this administration, this president is under threat all the time. The current is the level. Is it actionable? Can there be countermeasures done? My suspicion is, and I don't know for sure, that time was an element here. That in fact this was a very more of a last minute decision to do that, and so therefore. When you have to make those decisions, you want to get off the X, as I call it, as soon as possible. And they just did some extraordinary measures to get that done.
Security expert Dave Benson speaking with wow, there I am. Fox 35's Hayden Wiggs earlier today. Interesting stuff to talk about, and as we have learned more from a number of national outlets reporting on that incident and that security switch up to prevent something bad from happening. Well, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today. We still have much more to come over the next little bit here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. In about a minute, we're going to take a break. We will welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We're going to talk about a number of things. We are going to talk about whether the dream for the Orlando Dreamers trying to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando, what happens now after some discouraging news from the TDT task force and their ask for public money. We are going to have the latest on your forecast. We're obviously tracking things in the tropics. Tropical storm Cristobal has formed, and so we're watching that. We are also talking about the meteor shower that you might be able to see tonight here in Florida. And then let me give you a live look before the sun goes behind a cloud again. I wasn't quick enough. It is now back behind a cloud. This is a live look in Bangor, Maine. No, this is not a black screen. That is a filter that is on the camera trying to show you the upcoming, or the ongoing, rather, solar eclipse going on right now. We're not in the path of totality here in Florida, but a lot of places are. The top spot to see it is probably in Europe right now. But we've got cameras in Bangor, Maine that we can show you. Just the sun behind a cloud again. But we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more over the next little bit on Florida Live as we welcome in our TV audience. So don't.
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, let me give you a live look at a big cloud right now in Bangor, Maine. This is our view of the solar eclipse that is going on right now. The last time we saw the sun, at least, had a view of the moon crossing the sun's path. On the way, it'll be totality here in just a little bit. We are hoping those clouds move out of the way. We can get a little bit better of a view. Either way, it's a better view than we'll have of that eclipse here in Florida. We are not in the path of that solar eclipse, so that's why we are watching it together here on Florida Live. And I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me live here.
That cloud is the best view I've seen of it all day.
Yeah, well, it's funny too, because like we've been keeping the picture up all morning so that we could see kind of as it developed, and a lot of times they'll put the filters on, and so when you'll have the yellow view of the sun with everything else being black, and then a cloud moves across and it's just nothing but black. You can't see a thing. So it's just one of those things. Weather doesn't always cooperate.
And I feel like it was just that one cloud too. I haven't checked the weather in Maine yet today, but I feel like it was just that one cloud that was just like, let me just move in just in front as this is happening. So I feel like that's pretty much the trend, not only in Maine, but where I did check the forecast is actually Iceland as well, when they are in the direct path of this solar eclipse there, Garrett. And they are seeing a good amount of clouds out there too. So fingers crossed those clouds will part just in time for at least people to get at least a good glimpse of this solar eclipse, which either just happened, the peak of the solar eclipse, or the full totality in Iceland just happened or is happening as we speak. So here's where we can see that path of totality. It lays through Greenland, also parts of Iceland, and then it's going to be making its way into areas across Spain as we head through a little bit later on today. Most likely within the next 45 minutes, then we'll see this eclipse come to an end. But let's actually take it a little bit more local. We can see especially across areas of New England, areas across the mid-Atlantic, so North Carolina coast and northward. Some areas may have a chance of just seeing a little bit of that sliver of the moon passing in front of the sun. Areas especially Connecticut, New York, northward up towards Maine have about a 30% coverage, and then areas across North Carolina and northward have about a 20% chance. But hey, better than nothing.
Better than nothing. And that leads into our poll question this hour. We've been asking folks, where would you like to watch the eclipse? You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. It's one of those things that only happens every so often, so it is a special thing, even if you don't get necessarily the best view of it. So this is kind of dream talking here. Would you like to, if you could choose any anywhere to watch the eclipse? Would you want to go into space and watch it from the ISS? I can only imagine what that view would be like.
That would be incredible.
Would you want to see it at one of those places where you're in the path of totality, where you could just sit in the dark? They say that daytime turns to nighttime. The animals sometimes react to it. Would you rather just be able to watch it from home and whatever you have there? Or would you rather stream it with us here on Fox Local? Get those votes in. Fox35orlando.com/vote. I need my mom at least to vote for streaming on Fox Local with me.
Well, good news if you don't want to stream it until Fox Local, you might just need to wait a little bit. Path of totality for a solar eclipse happening in, I believe, 2049 passes right through Florida.
So that is another 23
You're asking me to do math
years
on my Monday, Garrett. It's not going to happen.
Laurel, I will be in my 50s at that point.
I will be, 49 years old. That's crazy. Wow.
All right. So let's get back on track here, because it's not just the solar eclipse. There is something that we are going to have the chance as well to see potentially in our night sky tonight. We're talking about the meteor shower. So what do we need to know about that?
Yeah, even though we kind of got a little bit gypped from this solar eclipse that's happening today, tonight is the most active meteor shower that we see all year. Usually peaks in between August 10th and August 15th. And the Perseids meteor shower is peaking tonight. So it's a whole day full of celestial events. We had a planetary parade earlier on this morning, solar eclipse that's happening right now. And to wrap it all up, we have the Perseid meteor shower. So best thing you can do is go outside when it's peak dark. And that's going to be between 11 p.m. tonight and 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. And when I'm talking that this is the most active meteor shower all year long, this is the peak meteor shower that you can see 50 to 100 meteors per hour. That's a lot of meteors for sure, but it is kind of a little bit iffy if you can see it depending on where you live and depending on how much light pollution there is. Either way, you will need to keep your eyes peeled, because Garrett, these meteors will be zooming across the sky at a very brisk 45 miles per second. So you will definitely need to keep your eyes peeled on that one. Good news, we have a couple of things going for us if you do want to see this meteor shower tonight. Good news is that our cloud cover is going to be pretty much clear by the time 11 o'clock rolls around. So cloud cover at least through the rest of the day today. Very spotty. You'll see some clouds here and there. But by the time we hit about 11 o'clock tonight, these clouds are really thinning out. So here's what you're going to want to do if you do want to see this meteor shower tonight. You want to get to a wide open field away from any light pollution. So away from downtown Orlando, away from the theme parks. Try to find an area that is not a whole lot lit, especially when we're talking even as much as porch lights. So it could sometimes limit you to see some of these meteors that are going to be going across the sky. Also a good news thing, we have the cloud cover going for us, but we also have the moon in a new phase. So the moon will actually be totally blacked out, not adding to any more light that could maybe limit you seeing some of those meteors. So also you want to sit back and relax, wait about 20 minutes for your eyes to adjust, and then from there you should be able to see those meteors streaking across the sky. And if you get any videos, definitely send them to us at fox35.com.
Yeah, we want to see what you are seeing. What's 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. So
Yes.
we are talking late tonight.
Late tonight, it is going to be, late, but that's peak darkness. That's where we're going to be seeing your most likely chance of seeing the most meteors that you can.
All right. Meanwhile, here in Central Florida, the big weather story right now is the heat.
Yeah, I guess that's another thing going for us. When it's that dark outside, usually it gets chilly. I don't think it's going to get chilly tonight because how hot our temperatures are today, I feel like we're going to be riding this heat wave for quite a while. So here's our iDrive camera right now. You can see just a couple of clouds out there, but it's dry, and that's how it's going to continue through the rest of the evening. We have some thunderstorms laced off in southern Georgia, northern Florida. Those aren't going to be dipping down, so we're really just going to be seeing some pretty clear skies through the rest of the day today. But whew, it's hot out there for sure. We are seeing those heat indices well into the triple digits all across the board, with the exception of Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach only sitting at 99 degrees. But heat advisories issued all across the board today, with heat feels like temperatures of 108 to 112. So this is until 7 p.m. tonight. If you are planning on going out, just make sure you're drinking plenty of water, wearing that sunscreen, and just taking it easy out there. It's hot, it's humid, it's Florida, So just make sure you're just taking it low and slow as you're heading outside through the rest of the day today. But unfortunately, the heat, that's not going anywhere. I know kiddos are now officially back in school pretty much all across Central Florida. The summer heat, that's not going anywhere. We're going to continue to still see those temperatures in the mid and upper 90s, not only just through the rest of the work and school week, but for the weekend as well, which that on top of the humidity, really going to be making things feel hot out there, possibly feeling like 110 degrees on Saturday and on Monday as well. So just make sure, again, you know the symptoms of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. If you feel yourself sweating very heavily, maybe even feeling a little bit nauseous, then you might want to try to go inside as quick as possible.
Now let's talk tropics, because we now have our C-named storm. Not going to impact us here in Florida, but still a lot going on in the tropics right now.
Oh, a lot going on in the tropics. So let's just break everything down. First and foremost, starting with the new named storm that was issued at 11 a.m. this morning. This is Cristobal. So Cristobal, looks like our data is a little bit slow, but either way, tropical storm Cristobal is now in the central Atlantic. And this is basically just chilling right in the mid-Atlantic. Good news is that it's moving away from the United States. So this is actually a wave that moved off the east coast a couple of days ago, and it's just been continuing to move eastward, and that's the path it's going to continue to take. So right now holding about 45-mile-per-hour winds, and this is going to be a very short-lived system. It's going to be impacted by an area of shear, totally ripping it apart by the time we hit 8 a.m. Thursday morning, which is when most likely it'll downgrade to a tropical depression. Good news, models either keep this out in the middle Atlantic or bring it over to Europe, where it'll produce some squally showers, or it'll just totally dissipate in the central Atlantic, but no threat to the U.S. with this system. But again, that's not the only thing we're tracking. As of last night, we had Invest 92L, and that is a system of interest that we were watching a couple days ago that worked its way off the west coast of Africa. This one right here, Invest 92L, has an 80% chance of developing into a tropical depression over the next 48 hours. Also, a good news with this storm, most likely not going to be having any threat towards Florida or the U.S. And there is a reason why. Even though most of these spaghetti models do take this further westward, I don't think it's going to be tracking towards Florida because, of course, we have this big area of high pressure. And this also goes for the wave behind it as well, that most likely that these systems will just continue to push westward and just follow this area of high pressure. We have this massive area of high pressure across the central Atlantic. This is the main steering pattern. So this is either going to take those systems that we're tracking right now and push them into the Caribbean Sea or the Gulf, but it's also going to lead to that possibility of it sweeping and kind of following along the East Coast up towards Bermuda area and then kind of follow where we're seeing Cristobal happen right now. So that's pretty much what we're looking at in the tropics, but of course, still keeping an eye on not one, but two waves. One of them right now, that 80% chance Invest 92L, has about a 30-40% chance of becoming our next named storm. And if it does reach that tropical storm strength, it would get the name Dolly.
So things are pretty busy right now in the tropics. You know, turn the calendar to August, and here we are with all of a sudden a lot to talk about.
Oh yeah, I feel like a switch just totally flipped. Crazy enough, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I was getting bored for a little bit because there was nothing that was happening between Arthur, then Bertha, and now that I feel like we're in Cristobal, we're going to be watching these waves kind of working their way off the coast of Africa a lot more frequently. However, there is still a lot of wind shear that's going to inhibit a lot of that possibility of development. There's still a lot of Saharan dust in the atmosphere, so tropical systems like moist atmospheres, and with all that dust, it's a dry atmosphere, so they kind of cancel each other out. There's also multiple factors that can very much limit this area of development, but still, now that we're kind of getting towards that peak hurricane season, things I feel like are going to be heating up a little bit more.
All right, definitely heating up. Fox 35 in more ways than one.
Oh yeah.
Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
But before we go, and before we let you go, we'll take a look at our poll question. Looks like 40% of you right now coming up, stepping up to defend me here and saying, yeah, you would rather stream it on Fox Local. 30% said you would like to see it from space. 20% in the path of totality. Just 10% of you saying right now you'd like to watch an eclipse from home. It would certainly be more convenient that way. But we have it streaming for you live on Fox Local, where we've got that live image right now. Bangor, Maine. You can see as the moon continues to move its way, make its way across the sun there, and we'll continue to see that increase over the next little bit. So right now we are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we have much more to come, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. We are continuing to watch the solar eclipse. This is a live look right now from Bangor, Maine, up in the northeast part of the United States, as we continue to watch the moon make its way across totality, nearing. They say the best place to see it is in Europe, but our poll question this hour has been, where would you like to watch the eclipse? Would you watch it from space if you could? Would you want to travel to the path of totality, wherever that is? Would you rather watch it from home? Would you rather stream it here with us on Fox Local? We're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from Tampa. And Nancy, where would you like to watch the eclipse? Would you go to space and watch it from the ISS if you could?
No, I definitely would not go to space and watch it from there if I could, but I would love to go to the place of totality to watch it. I think that would be an amazing experience.
It is certainly, yeah, from folks I've talked to who have done that, it is certainly something to experience. That is for sure. Well, Nancy, we know a lot has been going on in the Tampa area, so let us know some of the big stories that are going on there today. I know you're tracking an interesting news conference with a number of arrests at the Hillsborough Hillsborough County Sheriff and the Attorney General announced today.
Yes, more than 116 people have been arrested in a human trafficking bust that happened here in Hillsborough County. And not only were these people arrested, but 5 people, including several juveniles, were also rescued. So as you mentioned, this happened as a press conference this morning between Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister as well as Attorney General James Uthmire. They were talking about Operation Relentless Summer. And as I mentioned, 116 people have already been arrested in connection with this operation, but officials say that that number is expected to grow as outstanding warrants are served. And detectives said that they rescued 3 adult women as well as 2 juveniles, and they've already connected them with support services to help them. And officials say investigators used undercover operations, dark web tracking, as well as sex offender compliance checks to disrupt these trafficking networks. And they say one major arrest involved a 4-year long-term investigation into a man named Frank Amiakomo. Detectives arrested him at Tampa International Airport. Authorities say he recruited women and underage girls across Texas, Louisiana, and Florida using fake IDs, physical violence, and threats to force them into commercial sex work and dancing at strip clubs. He faces several severe charges, including racketeering, human trafficking of a minor, and witness tampering. And as of right now, Garrett, he is being held without bond.
Nancy, it's one of those stories and one of those news conferences that just reminds you that there are dangers out there, that this isn't just something that happens in the movies. This is real life, and that this is something that happens and that people have to watch out for.
Yeah, people definitely have to be on the lookout for it. And something that was mentioned, like most kids here in the Bay Area are back in school, but over the summer, a lot of them, they're on their tablets, they're on their phones, they're on their computers. So they are really using this as another opportunity to remind parents to know what their children are doing online and who they're communicating with.
Yeah, and I was struck by one of the questions that someone asked. I think it was a question for Sheriff Chronister, asking what platforms they parents need to really watch out for, and he said all of them.
Yeah, it's definitely all of them, because you may think it's one, but a lot of times, at least something that I've learned from watching these press conferences over the years, is a lot of times these predators will meet a child through, say, a gaming app, or sometimes even on dating apps, but then they try to take the conversation to Instagram, or they try to take the conversation, just to texting. So it's really all of the apps that people need to be on the lookout for, and it's really important that parents know which apps their children are accessing, but even more important to know who they're communicating with.
Yeah, and that is very true. Now, talk to us about a police officer in Haines City who is now finding himself on the wrong side of the law. What happened here?
Yeah, officials say Officer Christopher Goodson, he actually used the flock camera system to track his ex-wife, or estranged wife, excuse me. They said that he looked up her license plate more than 700 times between September of 2024 and June of 2026. Investigators say that Goodson admitted to tracking her car both while he was on duty and also while he was off duty, and he said he did it to monitor the whereabouts of his children. Now, Goodson, he was placed on paid leave before being arrested for computer offenses and official misconduct. Department officials say he does plan to resign. And Haines City Police Chief Isaac Jackson condemned the misuse of the system, saying department databases are strictly for official business. He announced that the agency will now perform quarterly audits to ensure officers are using the software properly. And despite the incident, the department says it will continue using flock cameras, calling them a vital investigative tool. And while law enforcement relies on license plate readers to solve crimes and find missing persons, privacy concerns have long been a concern for a lot of people, and they're concerned over data tracking as well as potential police overreach. Experts say preventing this kind of internal abuse comes down to strict oversight, suggesting departments use automated flags for repeated searches on the same individual or family member. Garrett?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, these cameras are something that are getting under a lot of scrutiny right now, getting a lot of attention, not just here in Florida, but across the country because of those privacy concerns and potential for misuse, as is being alleged in this case.
Yeah, I mean, they say that he looked up his estranged wife's license plate more than 700 times in the span of a little less than 2 years. You know, he claims that he wanted to know the whereabouts of his children, but that is definitely misuse, according to the Haines City Police Department. And as I said, that Goodson said that he is going to resign from the agency.
All right, and finally, Nancy, we continue to follow the story of Ace, the canine who was shot in the line of duty, now retiring. But another reunion yesterday. Show us the heartwarming video here and give us the latest on how Canine Ace is doing.
Yes, Canine Ace, he was released from the hospital on Sunday, and yesterday he returned to the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and he met with Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. You see him up there on your screen right there. Those are some photos of Canine Ace. He was shot last Thursday when deputies went to a tent near the woods in Kathleen. They were there to serve an arrest warrant, and the suspect began firing from inside that tent. One of those bullets struck Ace in the leg. Those deputies returned fire. But here you see him walking out of the veterinary clinic. This is on Sunday. So Canine Ace, he did survive the shooting, but his leg did have to be amputated. Everybody at that veterinary clinic, they gave him a clap out to cheer him on. Again, keep in mind, this was only 3 days after he was shot. And yesterday, he did return to the Polk County Sheriff's Office, where he met with Grady Judd. And Sheriff Judd, he gave Canine Ace praise, and he said that Canine Ace, as well as his handler, that would be Deputy Natalie Astrike, they saved 3 other deputies' lives that night. He said they stood in the gap between good and evil. And of course, Ace, he does have an amputated leg now, so he has been forced to retire. And as part of his retirement, he will be living with his handler. Again, that's Natalie Astrike. And the sheriff also mentioned that anybody who wants to help support the Canine for Cops in Polk County, a special T-shirt is being sold through Dark Horse Coffee Company, and a portion of those proceeds are going directly to the organization. But it is so wonderful to see how well Canine Ace is doing. I know I was very surprised. I heard that his leg had been amputated, so I was really surprised to see him up and walking. And I know we did not have the video there of him interacting with the sheriff, but as soon as he saw him, he basically ran up to him or hobbled up to him on his 3 legs, and he took a treat from Sheriff Grady Judd. And again, Sheriff Judd gave Canine Ace, as well as his handler, great praise for his heroic actions last Thursday night.
Yeah, I think Canine Ace deserves all the treats at this point.
Yes, he definitely deserves all the treats, and he has been forced into retirement, and his handler wants to know when she can return to work, and that is something that Grady Judd said. He's like, I know you want to come back to work, and we want you back here, but we need to have you at home with Ace while he heals and recovers, and he gets that tender, loving care from his handler. And then once he is healed up, she will be returning to the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
All right, good to know there. Well, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Florida Live, let's give you a live look as we continue to track the solar eclipse in the northeastern part of the United States. We will be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. This is the live look in Bangor, Maine right now at the solar eclipse. Let me give you a live look right now. This is in Spain, courtesy of NASA. And check that out. Just seconds away from totality in Leon, Spain. And so let's go ahead and listen in here and watch this together for a moment. What a sight there. Again, this is in Spain. We know millions of people have gone to Spain, to Iceland to see this total solar eclipse. That is the perfect viewing spot. And that is where this camera is coming into. Again, our live images coming in courtesy of NASA right now, and just awe-inspiring to see that. Again, this is with a filter on. You are looking at the moon blocking the sun, but there is a filter on that camera, and so that's why the sky appears completely black around it, although it would appear like nighttime there in Spain right now at that moment of totality. So how cool is that? Another view you saw right there. So we really appreciate you experiencing that with us here on Florida Live. We've been kind of counting down to that all day. We will continue to watch that live picture as well in the northeastern United States as well. But we want to shift gears here a little bit and talk about some news involving the Orlando Dreamers and the push to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando. Last week, we listened in live as that group made a presentation to the TDT task force trying to ask for close to $1 billion in public money to build a Major League Baseball stadium here in Central Florida. Well, we now know that task force is not recommending that money be given to that group for that project. And so we are asking the question, what this means going forward. What this means, is the dream dead? Could this project still become reality at some point? We are pleased to be joined this afternoon by J.C. Carnahan, who is with the Orlando Business Journal and has been covering this topic extensively. J.C., we really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Garrett, good to see you again, and certainly appreciate you having me on. And quite a sight there that is going on there from NASA. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, not something you see every day. That is for sure. All right, so JC, get us caught up to speed here with what the task force recommended and what they didn't recommend. You know, maybe more notably here when it comes to the use of these TDT funds for projects in Orange County.
I mean, you know, in short, if you're a sports fan, maybe not the best day yesterday in terms of, you know, the task force offering their recommendations, which will go on. You know, you still got a couple steps to go on, you know, before any money is actually going to be, handed out. But sports didn't fare too well. You know, you've got, you know, a bunch of other items that are more throughout Orange County that really benefited from the task force, you know, opinion of where the money should go. You know, not all in the International Drive area like you would expect the tourism dollars to go. But when you talk about sports, you talk about the Dreamers. The Dreamers scored pretty low on the, you know, in the rankings among that task force in terms of, you know, the prioritization of how they felt that the money should be dispersed. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that right now we do not have, a team committed to either move here or a brand new team to be born here in Orlando. And I think that's probably the biggest sticking point when you look at the task force, considering, the other options that were out there. I mean, we've got, even the Orange County Convention Center, was not recommended for funding, for example. UCF Sports, they were asking for $119 million. That was not recommended, as well. So, but for the Dreamers, I don't think that, this thing is over with just yet. We've got a lot of, things that, happening with that group still. They're still committed to trying to get something done by the end of the decade. They've got office lease space in downtown Orlando through 2029. And you've also got some elections coming up. You've got a new Orange County mayor that'll be in place. You've got commissioners that are going to be in place. So the political landscape is going to look different as well once, the Dreamers try to, get some people on board to have their back in this cause.
And we do have a statement from the Orlando Dreamers saying our mission has not changed. Our commitment has never been stronger. While we appreciate the task force members' effort to participate in a flawed, ill-timed, and rushed process, the Orlando Dreamers remain fully committed to bringing Major League Baseball to Orlando and creating a world-class 365-day destination that delivers far more than baseball to the Central Florida community. We have the private investment. We have the transformational plan. We have growing community support. We have the opportunity. Orlando is ready for Major League Baseball. Be on the lookout for positive news on our MLB initiative soon. We are not done dreaming. We are just getting started. So, JC, that's the response from the Orlando Dreamers in this push.
Right on cue. Right on cue, Garrett.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
I do want to say, the presentation that the Dreamers gave to the task force, I want to bring up a couple of things in that presentation, which was last week. I thought that the group laid all their cards out on the table. They basically presented all the information they could present to the task force, most notably the fact that everyone knows they don't own land yet for the stadium. Orange County owns the particular piece of land near SeaWorld that the Dreamers hope to build a stadium on. What they said in this task force committee meeting was that they want the county to actually own the stadium. They would help, with the operations and things like that. So, it's not about them having the land, I don't think. The fact that they wanted a partnership, and on top of that, to use revenue to put it back into Orange County to help with transportation, affordable housing. These are things that I felt didn't get enough attention, following the meeting, and just it was something that's maybe been glossed over or not really looked at close enough. I think that could in the future be a turning point if we ever see some positive momentum in favor of the Dreamers.
Now, just a little bit of context here for folks, too, who may not know. This is not the first time that the Dreamers have approached and asked for some of this TDT money and essentially been turned away.
Yeah, so, you look back to 2023, Pat Williams, who, him and Jim Schnorf, the two co-founders of this idea, they asked for money back then. It didn't work out. And so just because this task force, this week decided not to recommend this group for funding, that makes me believe even more so that they are going to continue to keep pushing on, just like the statement that they put out echoes, because they have. Look, I think most people in this community feel like it's a long shot. And at this point, the Dreamers have nothing to lose. So why not just go all in on this concept? Because realistically, this window is the last effort, the last ditch effort to get Major League Baseball to Orlando. Because you look at Major League Baseball is going to decide by the end of the decade. Of course, we have a strike that could happen next year, so the plans could be off, the timing could be off a little bit. But by the end of the decade, they're going to decide on the two new expansion franchises. there's also a relocation option, not just the Rays, but there's some other cities that are in talks with their baseball teams in terms of a new stadium and things like that. So, there are a number of different options. I just caution, don't close the door on this idea just yet. It just may be new avenues that need to open up for it to actually become reality.
You mentioned that you think maybe one reason that the task force is kind of hesitant to commit this money because Major League Baseball has not, there isn't an MLB team that's ready to come here right now. But I'm also curious if that would have been something, that might have made Orlando or could make Orlando even more of a prime candidate for a team if Major League Baseball saw even before that the county had committed to this. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, Major League Baseball, do you think that could be something that could have made Orlando a more attractive candidate to land a team had this happened?
Garrett, I mean, you hit it right there. What Major League Baseball is looking for is that public-private partnership, basically. They want a city or a county to show some investment of their own, a true partnership to feel like, okay, this community or this region is on board with having Major League Baseball in that area. And so the idea that Orlando doesn't have, an expansion team lined up just yet. Well, of course, we don't have anything lined up just yet. We're still in the early, the process is still early in terms of getting things lined up for that. Though, I will point out, before they did their presentation to the task force, I had my concerns, because you look at the amount of money that the task force, that this TDT funding, we don't know how much it is, but we know that a bunch of people want a piece of it, right? And I felt like nearly $1 billion ask is a lot of funding to ask. And then I tried to figure out, well, how would this, how would the county be able to put this money up to help this out? Well, the Dreamers brought up this plan about, bonding the money so that it's spread out through, 30 years or whatever it is, and came up with this calculation of how that it could benefit, Orange County to take ownership of the stadium and to, be able to fund this operation as well. So, I just thought of that point. I wanted to make sure I threw it out there before I forgot it. But you are right, though. To have the public-private partnership is going to be the key thing for this to ever get done or to be squashed for good.
All right, J.C. Carnahan with the Orlando Business Journal. We appreciate you joining us, walking us through all of this. It's going to be interesting to see where things go from here. And still a lot of questions about what might happen next and what it might look like. J.C., we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it. All the best to you all. Take care.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. I want to check in with Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who joins us live right now from Marion County, where he is following up on reports of a bear being shot and killed in Salt Springs. Matt, thanks for joining us. What do we know? What are you learning?
Well, officially from FWC, all we're told right now is that they are investigating reports of a bear that was shot in or near the Ocala National Forest. We're in Salt Springs right now, and that is the information that we know officially on this. We have been promised updates, but so far there aren't any yet. The latest reports that we have from people in the area is that there was a mother bear with at least 2 cubs that was shot, and if the mother is killed, then those cubs are now obviously motherless, and then becomes a situation of what will happen to the cubs if they can find them, and where things go from there. But at this point, there aren't any other reports any more substantial than that. And again, the only thing FWC is confirming for us is that a bear was shot in the area. We are trying to reach out to people who live in the area with varying degrees of success. We did spoke on camera with a woman who is a volunteer is with a nonprofit that tries to do work in and around the forest, patrolling, not what's the word I'm looking for? Not exactly groundskeeping, but making sure everything stays in good shape. And they have run into many bears in the area. They say there are roughly about 1,000 that call the forest home, and they say they see them regularly. And that people living in our area, they stress are people that moved into the bears territory, and they say it is not unusual that then people will see bears in their yards, on the street, trying to get into their trash cans, etc. They want to stress that it's important to keep interactions between humans and bears at a minimum. Try and keep your trash away. Try and keep dog food inside and stuff like that. And just try and let them live their lives.
Now, for those who don't know, Matt, is it illegal to kill a bear? Does it depend on the circumstances?
That is something that we're waiting to hear back from FWC about. When it's on public land, it certainly is illegal. But on private land, I need to, bone up on some of the specifics around that. And also, when it comes to things like stand your ground when you feel threatened, it's kind of a gray area. But that's something that I've reached out to FWC for some more clarification on.
All right. Well, we will wait for more information there. Matt, we appreciate you joining us. We appreciate you digging into this and getting some answers and joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you.
So a lot we are tracking, more developing stories throughout the day as well. Matt will have more coming up on Fox 35 News at 5 and the News Edge at 6 as well. So stay tuned for some updates on that as he continues to look into that. Well, I want to give you a live look right now in Bangor, Maine. This is the shot in the northeastern United States. You can see the eclipse just about over there. You can see just a little bit of the moon still kind of overlapping the sun. I'm glad we were able to take that live picture from Spain earlier today. In fact, just about 15 minutes or so ago when we experienced that moment of totality in Europe as we watched that solar eclipse. And as you heard Laurel say, going to be a little bit, but there will be another one, and one that you will be able to watch right here in Florida. So that brings you back to our poll question this hour. Where would you like to watch the eclipse if you could choose anywhere? Looks like a tie right now between the ISS and streaming it on Fox Local. 36% of you saying both of those things. 19% saying you'd be willing to travel to the path of totality. 9% saying you would like to watch it at home. You can vote fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. We always like it when you get involved with us here on our streaming platforms and our live streaming news coverage. So get those votes in. And if you did travel, maybe you did go somewhere to see this eclipse. Send us a picture. We would love to see it. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Florida Live. We still have more to get to, so don't go anywhere. More live streaming news coverage on the other side of this break right here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. Organizations on the ground right here in Central Florida are jumping into action to help those in Colombia after the devastating 7.4 magnitude earthquake that happened in that country, killed more than 200 people, and operations still continuing right now. But the Colombian American Chamber of Commerce of Orlando is jumping in to help and getting involved, mobilizing some efforts, some ways that you can help as well. And so joining us live to talk about that this afternoon, we are joined by a couple of members of that organization joining us live now via Zoom, including Arlie Avila, who is the president, Stephanie Shute joining us as well. Arlie, thank you so much for taking the time and chatting with us here today.
Thank you, Garrett, and Fox for giving us this opportunity to talk about the tragedy that's the country's having right now.
Oh, first of all, before we start talking about the efforts and how y'all are helping, I would imagine this is the kind of thing that is hard to see, to know what is happening, to be monitoring what's happening on the ground there. Just give me your initial thoughts on what we have seen, those images just of the devastation from this earthquake.
Yeah, first of all, our prayers and thoughts are with all the people of Colombia right now, specifically southwestern Colombia that has suffered most devastation than all the other cities. The city of Cali, Colombia, the city of Quibdó, the city of Pereira have had the worst significant damage right now. We still have 200 people, unfortunately, that passed away. We have around 5,000 injuries. We still have thousands of people missing, and the structural damage is just amazing. I mean, we haven't seen this type of damage in Colombia for maybe the past 20 years. And the main support we need right now is food for the young people, food for the elderly, and food for the women and children.
And I want to ask Stephanie, who's joining us live now from the warehouse, what people can do, what they need to know about getting involved and bringing some donations, bringing some help. Stephanie, what do you want people to know about the efforts?
We currently are collecting all kind of humanitarian aid. We are in need of water, baby food, paper towels. We also need sleeping bags, towels, medications, all kind of first aid stuff are welcome. Also, we are no more collecting clothing. We have enough. For us, it's very important also collect food for pets, and especially we are collecting batteries and lighting are necessary. Boots also, because we have to remove a lot of trash in Colombia. And the First Lady of Colombia, Ana Lucia Pineda, is leading. She is leading this humanitarian help here in Central Florida and in South Florida.
Stephanie, quickly here, what has the response been like so far from people bringing things?
Words are not enough to thank all the people that with their help, we just collect 20 tons of humanitarian aid between our 2 points of collections. So we are more than grateful. If anybody who is listening to us want to help, please come to our main place of a collection that is here in Kissimmee. I'm going to send you the address. Is 2795 Michigan Avenue, Kissimmee.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. And Arlie, here we've got about another minute or so. Just what is your message to folks out there who are seeing this and seeing these images of devastation, and why your message to them about how these donations will go to help?
Yeah, it's very important for us, the community, the Colombian American community of Central Florida, which is right now 500,000 strong. We want everybody to know that we're taking the steps to make sure that all these funds and goods go directly to Colombia. 100% of the proceedings, 100% of the items are going to the victims. We want them to know that all support is welcome right now. This happened on Monday morning, so we're still very early in the early stages. So don't feel that you're late. Any help, please, as Stephanie said, we have our Kissimmee. You can see our Instagram, uscolombianchamber.com. We have QR codes where you can donate directly to the Cali Foundation Food Bank. So this is something that affects the whole community, the whole continent, not just Colombia.
And every little bit can certainly go a long way. Arlie, Stephanie, we really appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today, letting us know the efforts that are underway right now and how folks here in Central Florida can get involved. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Garrett. We appreciate it. Thank you, Fox News.
Thank you very much for spreading the good news of Colombian people and all what we are doing for helping others.
All right. Thank you. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live. Appreciate you taking the time and joining us here today. We were able to witness some history earlier in the show as well, so we appreciate you joining us. Do want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage will continue next. We are out of time here on Fox 35, but our live streaming news continues if you're joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, or on Facebook. No need to go anywhere. We will have much more coming up in just a couple of minutes, including an update on these reports, the latest on inflation and what that means for your wallet. We will have that interview and much more coming up in just a couple of minutes. Right now, though, on this Wednesday afternoon, as we wrap up, let me give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Have a great afternoon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. It is 3 o'clock, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The Bureau of Labor Statistics released the Consumer Price Index numbers today. These are the numbers for July, and it went up 0.1% in July, so that puts the annual inflation rate at 3.4%. This is not a major increase or anything like that, obviously, when we say 0.1%, but they did edge higher. Food prices went up, and so there are continuing questions about the economy, about the impact on the wallets of folks right here in Central Florida. And so Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Sheridan Morby, who is Senior Director of Economic Research at the Florida Chamber Foundation, to find out more about this report and what it means.
Kind of give me your first reactions to this new information released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, so today we got the CPI statistics, which give us some insight into inflation. So how are prices right now different than they were a month ago, a year ago? The general consensus is this is pretty much what we expected. So the inflation rate compared to a year ago is 3.4%. So that means that prices in July, is what this covers, are 3.4% higher than they were a year ago. If we're comparing that to a month ago, it's about 0.1% higher than they were a month ago. So we saw a little bit of an increase in those prices, but nothing substantial. So we're not seeing too big of a red flag there. Looking at things, we can look at this by different categories. So for example, if we look at something like energy, that's been a big talk, of course. People are looking at the gas pump and how much they're paying. And so we've seen really high levels of energy inflation the last few months. In May, it was over 23%. So that means that in May, those prices were 23% higher than they had been the year prior. But that started to come down. So that annual inflation rate for energy right now is about 14.7%. And prices actually came down over the last month. It dropped about 1.5%. So energy prices are one of the big stories there. Housing is a big story. Housing is what's driving the increase in inflation, the slight increase in inflation. So those are kind of the big pieces that people are talking about right now.
And for our viewers at home who may not know about what a lot of the more esoteric words mean, can you explain the difference between the core CPI and the CPI and what this means for Floridians?
Yeah, so there are a couple different measures of prices. There's the overall inflation rate, it's about 3.4%, as I said, but there's also core inflation. So that means that they're taking that same measure, but they're taking out energy and food prices. That's because energy and food prices are pretty volatile, so you see a lot of rapid changes in those. So when we're getting to the really core level, we're going to be taking those out of the equation, and that's about 2.5%. And that's what the Federal Reserve, they're the ones who kind of set some interest rates, that's what they really look at is that core inflation rate.
As you said, we are getting closer to, or at the very least, we're moving closer to the Fed's 2% target, I believe. Do you think that because of the what you call cooling effect that's going on right now, the fact that we're going closer to that number, that we may see the Fed adjust interest rates in their next meeting?
So there's a little bit of a split on that. I think the expectation, if you had asked before these numbers came out, was that we were probably going to see a hike from the Federal Reserve in interest rates in September. That's when they meet. So we have a little more data that's going to come out before they make a decision. But with this inflation being about what we expected, a little bit cooler, there's probably not as high of a chance that there's going to hike those interest rates. And some of that is because we also saw a loss in jobs at the national level. And so when we're seeing a cooling labor market and inflation not accelerating sharply, they're more likely to keep the interest rates where they are. And so, yeah, not as likely to see a hike, but definitely still possible.
As you said, we see kind of like a stagnation in wages and a kind of decrease in job growth as opposed to the lowering of the what you call CPI. What do you think this means for the average Floridian's wallet?
Yeah, so I think when we see this at the high national level, that of course is impacting Floridians as well. We can actually look specifically at the southern inflation rate. So we don't measure this at the Florida level or the city level, but we can look at the southern region. And the southern inflation rate is actually a little bit lower. So it's about 3.2%. So in the south, those prices are 3.2% higher than they were a year ago. So we're seeing a little bit of a softer inflation in the southern region, but we're going to be seeing the impact of those increasing prices in Florida as well. So it's definitely something that the average household is going to be feeling the weight of, but not necessarily more than they've been feeling the last few months. There's not going to be a rapid feeling in July or August. The gas pump, actually, those prices are coming down. So that's one that a lot of people register, and that actually is improving a little bit.
I want to swing really quickly about right back to housing, because shelter costs rose 0.1% for the month and accounted for like 2/3, if I remember correctly, of the total monthly increase. Why remains housing the most persistent driver of inflation? And do you expect the inflation to meaningfully abate anytime soon?
Yeah, so when it comes to housing, housing is, as you mentioned, 2/3 of what contributed to the overall monthly rise in prices. And so housing is consistently a big part of what we consider the basket of goods. So when they're measuring inflation, they're considering what are all the different things that the average person would be spending money on. And housing is a huge piece of that. That's what a lot of people are spending their income on. We know that a lot of people in Florida are spending over 1/3 of their income. So it's what we consider housing cost burdened on their housing. And so that's, of course, going to drive the inflation and drive the price differences that we're seeing. That probably is going to stay pretty steady. I will say something about the housing prices in Florida is that we saw a really rapid increase in housing prices from about 2021 to 2023, but we're seeing a steadying in those housing prices now. I think it's something like we saw an increase of 20-30% over that time frame, 2021 to 2023, and we've actually seen a drop in housing prices since then. So we're starting to see some moderation in the housing prices, but definitely still feeling an impact when it comes to comparisons to 2021.
And grocery prices, they dipped as well slightly by what you call 0.1%. But, dining out, that went up by 0.3%, I believe. What do you think is driving that divergence between groceries and restaurants?
Yeah, so there are a few different pieces there. I think those, as I mentioned, core inflation does not keep food in it or energy, and that's because those are so volatile. So some things you're going to see is that food will fluctuate up and down both at grocery and away from home, but we have seen a steady increasing of food away from home. And there are a lot of pieces of that. That's incorporating a lot of, a grocery store is a business, a restaurant's a business, but you definitely have a lot of the wages being incorporated into a restaurant when you're talking about daily leisure workers and food establishment workers. And so when we talk about those costs and that uncertainty surrounding businesses, they're going to be starting to maybe have less employees as they're seeing the uncertainty in the market and some of the uncertainty around costs.
What exactly makes some of those foods so volatile or labeled as volatile? Apologize.
Yeah, so some of that actually has to do with the fact that energy prices are so volatile as well. Energy prices are really closely tied to how we get our food, where our food comes from. Not all our food comes from down the street. Very rarely does it come from down the street. And so you're seeing those energy prices really trickle into the food prices as well. So as you're seeing energy prices fluctuate, it's not a one-to-one. So we're seeing that slight increase or drop in food prices. It's not going to be right at the same time that we see the differences in oil prices. Those can kind of fluctuate as they impact one another.
Last question, Sheridan, before I let you go. Looking ahead to the rest of the year, do you anticipate inflation will plateau around those mid 3% levels, or will we see further cooling into the fall before September?
Yeah, so it really depends on what the Fed does. So going into September, like I mentioned, that's when they make a decision. So we're waiting on ultimately August data will also contribute to what they do. If they're going to hike the prices, that'll bring inflation down a little bit, or hike the interest rates, that'll bring it down. overall, I'd anticipate that it's going to stay pretty steady. I don't anticipate the Fed making more than maybe one cut. And so when you see that, it tends to stay fairly steady, as I mentioned, in the inflation.
Sheridan Morby, Senior Director of Economic Research at the Florida Chamber Foundation, breaking down the latest findings when it comes to that inflation report. Well, we are getting ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but want to bring you to our next poll question of this hour, talking about the meteor shower tonight that you'll have a chance to see here in Florida. We may not have been able to see the solar eclipse today, but we will have a chance, or should have a chance tonight, to see the meteor shower, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. That is the prime time for it. So our question is for all of you out there. Are you night owls enough to watch that meteor shower tonight, or will you maybe make an exception for it tonight? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Are you staying up for the meteor shower, or are you going to go to bed? We want you to let us know. You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to leave this up for a minute or two, get those votes to come in, and then we will go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. It's coming up on 3:15 this afternoon, and it will be late tonight that you will be able to see the peak of the meteor shower here in Central Florida. So our question right now is, are you going to stay up and watch it, or are you going to go to bed? Looks like 3/4 of you right now are saying, yeah, I'm not going to stay up for it. I'll go to bed. Maybe catch the highlights, see if someone else took some good pictures of it. Maybe Now 80% of you saying going to bed. I think I'm in the going to bed camp as well. That 5 o'clock a.m. Alarm comes pretty quick. Well, we appreciate you. Going to stay up for it. I'll go to bed. Maybe catch the highlights. See if someone else took some good pictures of it. Maybe now 80% of you saying going to bed. I think I'm in the going to bed camp as well. That 5 o'clock a.m. Alarm comes pretty quick. Well, we appreciate you. You're going to stay up for it. I'll go to bed. Maybe catch the highlights. See if someone else took some good pictures of it. Maybe now 80% of you saying going to bed. I think I'm in the going to bed camp as well. That 5 o'clock a.m. Alarm comes pretty quick. Well, we appreciate you joining. Talk to us a little bit about your background and kind of what led you to enter this race.
Absolutely. Like I just said, I've been a man of public service my entire life. In New York City, I was a EMS for many years. Also started a nonprofit there. Sat on a couple of educational boards elected by the parents, like the PTA Association and the District Education Council, which is like similar to a school board down here in Florida. And then when I moved to Florida about almost a decade ago, I got into law enforcement. And I'm 35 years old. I'm married. I have children. So this is my experience. This is my life. As serving people my entire life. And when I saw the opportunity for change, which we desperately need up in this district and in Florida, and I believe around the country, I threw my head in the bat. And, I believe we got a good, strong presence behind us with the people of the district that's ready for change as well.
Why do you believe that is? Why do you think that now might be the time that the district is looking for something different?
Well, I believe it's different because a lot of people are going through a lot of things. I mean, we were promised a lot of things from this administration that has been happening. We got gas prices high, food prices high, and this is affecting people. And this is the working class people that depend on things from the government to make their lives better, but they believe it's getting worse. And they're just tired of everything that's happening, that's going on, and they just want somebody that can fight for them so they can have a better life to live.
Is that the top issue, you think, on the ballot right now, affordability?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two top things for us. And one is affordability. Of course, everybody want to live comfortably, don't have to work multiple jobs to sustain But one of the biggest issues that we hear besides that is healthcare. And I'm a big advocate for healthcare. As I told you, I worked in EMS for a while. And a lot of people having to choose between buying groceries or drugs, prescription drugs, or going to see a doctor or staying sick. Those are the top two issues that we're seeing around this country and in the district.
And so as a member of Congress, if you were to win the primary, if you were to be elected this fall, what would you do to address those two issues?
Well, the first thing is we need to stop, I believe, the war that's happening. That has been hurting people's pockets with the tariffs and driving up the prices of fuel, which also inclined to drive up the prices of everyday things because truckers and gasoline makes the country go round. So we need to make sure we can hit that on the head. And I think the next thing with healthcare is we need to stop the one big, beautiful bill from being fully enacted. It's already taken away a lot from people's healthcare. And if it gets fully enacted in 2027, it's going to take away way more. I think we need to bring back those subsidies and then work towards a single payer healthcare and Medicare for all plan.
You are running in a pretty ruby red district. So how do you attempt to try to win over maybe some folks who have voted reliably Republican, or even reach across the aisle and draw some Republican voters if you were to win in the primary?
Absolutely. You just got to talk to them, let them know that we're all human. We see what's going on. Give somebody else a chance. Florida has been in the Republican control for almost the last 30 years. And I just sit and talk with them and ask them, are their lives doing any better right now? And a majority of them say no. I say, well, give somebody else a chance rather than the same thing that we've been dealing with for the last 30 years. I sit down, I listen to the issues for those that's willing to sit down and talk and listen. And we just go through it. And that's how we've been winning over a lot of Republicans and independents, especially we've been seeing it happen already. Because as you know, in the state of Florida, we just recently went through gerrymandering and redistricting. And we had to collect petitions to get on the ballot. And a lot of my petitions were signed by those who are just fed up with what's happening and is willing to give other people a chance.
What's the first piece of legislation that you would file if elected to Congress?
I would try to fight for the health care. I believe that's one of the top issues right now. And I would try to, like I said, push for that single payer Medicare for all system, or try to convince these states to at least accept Medicaid for all for right now. But health care is going to be my number one priority.
How has the campaign been going, and what are your plans over these next few days to kind of keep the full court press going?
Hey, the campaign has been going great. We are going strong. The next couple of days is going to look like what we've been doing the entire campaign, is reaching the people, door knocking, call timing, meeting people where they're at, going to polling locations, getting people eager and active to vote, and just get them out to vote. That's the biggest problem, is the voter turnout. And we have to make sure that people are excited and ready for change. And that's what we've been doing the entire campaign. And we're going to continue doing that all the way into primary election and beyond.
What is your closing message to voters about why they should select your name if they are voting in the Democratic primary on Tuesday?
Absolutely. Listen, I've been a man of public service my whole life. I have a family. I'm married. This is not a game for me. This is real life. We need to leave our children something better than what we have right now. And if I can make a little bit of change for not only my children, but for your children, your grandkids, or your nieces, your nephew, I think I did my job. But I believe the way the world is going right now, we're not heading towards something good. And I want to be the person to sit up there in Congress and make a good change and fight for you. So I would love to earn your vote coming up on August 18th. And then when we get to the general election in November 3rd. So I thank you for your support.
Ronnie Murchison Rivera, a Democratic candidate in the 6th Congressional District. We appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
I want to give you a live look right now in Panama. This is at the America's Counter Cartel Coalition event where Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is speaking right now. We'll listen in for a few minutes before we hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team.
Under the laws of armed conflict. It's striking that this so-called court and other globalist bodies undermine our efforts, but do nothing to hold real terrorists and real tyrants accountable. And that's why the ICC poses a threat to your national sovereignty, your constitutional mandates, and the national interests of your people, just as it does ours. Our nations retain our sovereignty and our ability to deploy our own warriors in our own defense. We will never relinquish our absolute right to defend ourselves from threats to our safeties and our citizens, of my country and of your countries. We answer only to our own citizens and our own constitutions, not unelected international bureaucrats. That's why I strongly encourage every ACCC member to leave the ICC and reject their attempts to rob your governments and your courts of your sovereignty. I know as a soldier, I swore an oath to the Constitution, not some fake and illegitimate international court. And in these efforts, we've already shown that deterrence works. Operation Southern Spear is a model that can be and should be followed across our hemisphere by each of you to degrade, dismantle, and destroy narco-terrorist networks. Under the leadership of General Donovan, the success of Operation Southern Spear will be transferred to the newly established Joint Task Force Western Hemisphere, the action arm of U.S. Southern Command, to continue the targeting and killing of narco-terrorists that threaten our shared backyard. I want to commend Ecuador for its regional leadership to become the first ACCC member to partner with the United States in combined kinetic operation against narco-terrorists in Ecuador. I also want to commend Honduras and Guatemala for inviting the United States to partake in combined operations against narco-terrorists in their countries. Your people are already safer and more free for your courage and your resolve, and we look forward to working with you in killing bad guys. Additionally, I want to thank Jamaica for working with the Department of War to create a new military partnership to cripple narco-terrorists that transit through the Caribbean. This partnership will forever change the security environment of the Caribbean. And finally, I'm also proud to announce that Colombia will join the ACCC, becoming the 19th member. And through the newly inaugurated president, as our president likes to say, President El Tigre, Colombia has already requested that the Department of War join Colombia in its fight against narco-terrorism, authorizing joint military operations to destroy terrorists and terror networks. Thank you very much.
Pete Hegseth speaking at America's Counter Cartel Coalition event right now in Panama. This is, you see the Secretary of War speaking right now. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. If you want to keep watching that live now from Fox, covering that as we speak. But we're going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm Team for Fox 35 Weather Plus that you will be able to catch right here on the stream here in about 2 minutes. For the rest of our time, going to leave this poll up here. We want to know if you are staying up for the meteor shower tonight. Looks like most of you, about 2/3 of you, saying no, I am going to bed. But it's not too late to vote. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code on your screen. Stay tuned. Fox 35 Weather Plus is next.